Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Friday, January 23rd, 5:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, local time in Declo, D-E-C-L-O, Declo, Idaho. I'm at some convenience store that has a big dirt lot next to it. I guess you could call it a mom and pop truck stop. But the majority of the dirt lot is unusable because there's such massive holes in it. You can see a couple. I'll go ahead and turn on my headlights. You can see a couple of craters in front of me. The one directly in front of me is not too bad. The one a little further up, you do not want to drive into that. You can get stuck in that. So I'm going to have to drive around that to the right. But yeah, most of the parking lot is unusable because of massive holes like that. So I am going to try. Let me give you. So for those of you who don't know where Declo, Idaho is, I'm just off of Interstate 84. I am near the Interstate 84-86 junction. I'm really close to the 84-86 junction in southern Idaho. I'm about to get onto 84 eastbound, making my way to Kansas. I've already done my pre-trip. I've already logged my pre-trip. I've already done everything. I'm just waiting for a couple of minutes to pass before I start driving, because I did my inspection off the clock while I was still on my 10-hour break. Don't tell anybody. I just had to sit and wait for the stupid hours of service so that I could log in. And now I need to let a couple of minutes pass so that I can, DOT can be like, yeah, you can do an inspection in 3 minutes. So we're going to start rolling. Once I get on the interstate, we'll chat it up. So the apocalypse is supposed to happen today, apparently. There's supposed to be some kind of historic winter storm. Sorry, I'm just trying to navigate out of here. This isn't really a parking lot. It's just a area of dirt. So I'm trying to get onto the roadway.
Head toward Idaho 77, then turn left onto Idaho 77. At the stop sign, turn left onto Idaho 77. Then you'll turn right onto the ramp to Pocatello.
All right. It's early in the morning. Nobody coming down the road. There's been a lot of truck traffic up and down this road all night. It looks like here comes another one. I don't know if they're hauling agriculture or rock or what in the world they're hauling.
Turn right onto the ramp to Pocatello. Then merge onto I-84 East.
I hate doing these blind turns at night. Can't see what you're turning into. Just kind of have to put a lot of faith into it. All right, we got a way station in a mile. All right, thank you for moving over for me, truck, because we do not have a merge lane. It's just straight onto the interstate. So yeah, there's supposed to be some kind of historic winter storm happen starting today. Am I going to be dealing with that in this drive shift? Hopefully not. Way station closed. Still trying to get up to speed. We've basically been going uphill ever since I got onto the interstate. All right, we're up to 70. And apparently that's not fast enough for the truck behind me. The truck behind me just whipped out and is passing me. The speed limit in Idaho right through here is 80 miles an hour for cars and 70 for trucks. And I'm doing 70 and I'm getting passed by an Amazon Prime being hauled by one of those no-name fly-by-night trucking companies that has their logo duct taped to the side of their truck. Those are some of the scariest vehicles on the road. Anything pulling an Amazon Prime trailer. Why is that? Because Amazon Prime is one of the few places that New Authority can actually get loads. Most brokers will not work with anyone that has, with New Authority. You have to work with most brokers, you have to have your authority for like a minimum of 90 days. Some brokers require 6 months or a year before they'll work with you. Amazon is one of the very few brokerages or the very few businesses in trucking that'll work with New Authority. So all of these really small, shitty trucking companies that tank their CSA score and then just start up a brand new company after they tank, a company, those places that are notorious for running out of the Chicago area, Amazon is where they can get loads. I've thought about getting my own authority and running for Amazon, but it's really hard to find any decent information on exactly what the pay structure is at Amazon. Whenever you look at load board videos, you can see what the pay is, but I've had people tell me, or not tell me, but say in the videos or in the comments or reply to posts or whatever, that Amazon pays fuel surcharge, and the fuel surcharge is not included in the price on the load board. So the loads actually pay more than the prices you're seeing on the load board. The prices I see on the load board are just ridiculously cheap, like really, really bad. But supposedly there's additional pay you get in fuel surcharge on top of that, but I can't get a clear answer on what exactly that fuel surcharge pay is. So yeah, every time I've looked into hauling loads for Amazon, it's just extremely cheap freight. A lot of their freight is like $1.50 a mile. It's just really, really cheap crap. But hey, if you're using foreign labor that you're paying like $100 a week, you can afford to haul that kind of cheap crap. So the historic storm, it's supposed to start, well, I'm not sure of the exact times it's supposed to start everywhere, but it's supposed to start in Wyoming this evening. The last prediction I saw was that it was supposed to start around 6 p.m. My drive shift should be over before 6 p.m. And I'm trying to make it all the way to Colorado in this drive shift. I should be able to do that fairly easy. I have a spot picked out just north of Fort Collins that is 608 miles of total driving. 600 miles is a solid drive shift. For people who are not truck drivers that don't understand like what's normal, what's not. So if you do the math on it, you can drive for 11 hours in a drive shift. If you have a 60 mile per hour average speed, then that's 660 miles in a drive shift. If you're driving 65 miles per hour, then you're doing really well if you can have a 60 mile per hour average. A lot of trucking companies use a 50 mile per hour average to do scheduling. For some truck drivers, they pretty much do 600 miles every single drive shift. For other truck drivers, they've never done 600 miles in a drive shift. You know, there are truck drivers out there that I've talked to that didn't even know it was possible to do 600 miles in a drive shift. And then there are people out here running 75 miles an hour and lying on their logs as much as possible that are, you know, running 700 miles in a drive shift often. Like that's their norm. The most I've ever legally done in a drive shift was over 800 miles. I think it was a little bit over like 802 miles or something like that in a drive shift. And that was driving 80 miles an hour on I-10 across Arizona and New Mexico. So 600 miles in a drive shift is a solid drive shift. It's not hard to do, but it's also not easy to do. It's just if you're consistently doing 600 miles in a drive shift, then you're not wasting much time. And I pretty consistently do 600 miles in a drive shift. I would actually like to drive further than the stopping point that I have picked out, but I don't want to push myself too hard because I might run into weather that's going to slow me down. And I don't want to get too far into the Fort Collins, Denver area. So normally I don't set my cruise higher than 65, but I have the cruise set at 70. And I plan on cruising at 70 this entire drive shift to try to make up as much time as possible. Laramie, Wyoming, just west of Cheyenne, probably about 50 miles west of Cheyenne if I had to guess, is a notoriously bad weather spot. There is a mountain peak. It's one of the highest elevations across Wyoming on I-80. I don't know what the peak is called. I call it Happy Jack because there's a road at the top. There's an exit for a road at the very top of the mountain at the peak, that is Happy Jack Road or something like that. And that peak is just a couple of miles east of Laramie. So that is a spot that gets a lot of bad weather. And it's a really dangerous spot to drive through in bad weather because it's the top of a mountain. So it's steep grades. And I want to make it through that area before the snow starts. So it's supposed to start. I checked the weather this right before I started driving. I checked weather.com and I checked the hourly forecast for Laramie, Wyoming. And it's supposed to start snowing in Laramie at 6 p.m. today. So I should be all the way into northern Colorado by 6 p.m. So I should not be dealing with much of any weather during this drive shift. The next drive shift is going to be all weather because it's supposed to start snowing right around the time that I park the truck. And it's basically supposed to snow all night. And it'll probably still be snowing when I start driving Saturday morning. And I have to drive across Colorado. It's supposed to be snowing across Colorado. It's supposed to be snowing across Kansas. Weather predictions are not extremely accurate. They're just guesstimates. But if their predictions were 100% accurate, which they're not, then I should actually be able to make it all the way to like Oakley, Kansas before the storm gets too bad. So Saturday morning, I should be able to drive from northern Colorado all the way to Oakley, Kansas, western Kansas, and park at the TA. And wait out the storm Saturday. I don't really want to park there. I would like to try to make it all the way to Salina, Kansas on Saturday, but I don't think that's possible. I would really like to make it to Garden City, Kansas on Saturday. That would be much better. There's a TA in Garden City. Why would I prefer to stay at the TA in Garden City versus the TA in Oakley and wait out the storm? Because Kansas is notorious for shutting the roads down during winter weather. I haven't driven in a lot of winter weather in Kansas. I've driven in a decent amount of winter weather in Kansas, and my personal experience with winter weather on I-70 in Kansas is that Kansas DOT is terrible at maintaining roads. And what they typically do is they just leave the road open until accidents start happening. They do very little to maintain the roads, and they just leave them open until accidents start happening. And then when accidents start happening because of people not respecting how dangerous the roads are, and out there, I've got four-wheel drive. I can drive 70 miles an hour on ice. You know those geniuses? I've got a big truck. I've got, an 80,000-pound truck. I can drive 70 miles an hour on ice. Those super truckers out there, whenever they start going flying off the road, after a few of them fly off the road, then they'll just shut the whole road down. So if they shut the road down, the TA in Oakley will be completely overrun. That TA in Oakley is one of the places where they shut the road down. It has a barrier right there at that exit. So they'll force people off the interstate at that exit, and the truck stop will get completely overrun to the point where you can't drive around in the truck stop. You'll just be stuck inside the truck stop. You won't be able to get out. And I don't want to be in that situation where I'm stuck inside the truck stop with people parked in the middle of the roadway and I can't get out. Just a second here. Some old style truck with old style headlights, but they've got LED bulbs in them, and they're just pointed straight ahead, so they're exactly like high beams. I'm sure that they really like their new LED headlights. I'm sure they can see really well, but they're basically just driving around with high beams on. This is something I talk about all the time in my videos. What used to be the difference between high and low beams a long time ago, many, many moons ago, was lumens. Lumens is brightness. K value on lighting is the color of the lighting. Like a really low K value is like a yellow light, and a really high K value is a really white light. And lumens are brightness. Like 800 lumens is really bright. LEDs have really high K value. It's a really white light. And they have really high lumens. So old school lights were really low K value. They were yellowish lights. And they were really low lumens. The difference between high and low beams many moons ago was just lumens. Your high beams and low beams pointed in the same damn direction. The difference between them was brightness, lumens. With modern headlights, especially LEDs with how ridiculously bright they are, the difference between high beams and low beams is not luminosity. It's not lumens. It's direction that they're pointed. Low beams are pointed diagonally toward the ground, and high beams are pointed straight ahead. So if you have super high lumen LED headlights and you have them pointed straight ahead, they look exactly like high beams to everybody. Now, that's not to say that there isn't a lumen difference between high beams and low beams. There is, but the main difference between high beams and low beams on LEDs is where they're pointed. My high beams are not only pointed straight ahead, they're also much higher lumen than my low beams. My low beams are really high lumen. They're brighter than most people's high beams, but my high beams are like stadium lights. My temperature gauge says it's 27 outside. Google, whenever I checked before I left, it said it was 23 outside. So the gauge on my dash is not 100% accurate. I'm not even sure that Google is 100% accurate. Really? You're going to play on your phone while I'm alongside of you? That pisses me off. He was sitting there pressing buttons on his phone. His phone was mounted on his windshield, and he was sitting there thumbing out something on the phone while I was passing him. Just couldn't wait until I made it on the other side. So yeah, I'm driving 70 to try to beat the storm. I want to get to the parking area that I'm going to park at before the storm hits. And if the forecast is 100% accurate on the hourly forecast on weather.com, I checked the forecast in like Oakley, Kansas, Laramie, and a couple other places along the route. And looking at the hourly forecast, it's looking like the snow is not going to get too bad in Oakley until like Saturday afternoon. So I might be able to make it to Oakley or maybe even Garden City Saturday. We'll see. I'm going to drive as far as I can on Saturday. Get as far as I can. The storm is supposed to be over with across Kansas. Well, across central Kansas, the areas that I'm going to be driving, Garden City, Salina. The storm is supposed to be over with in those areas by Saturday night, early Sunday morning. I want to get 2 of my deliveries done over the weekend. They can be done at any time over the weekend, so I can do them on Sunday after the storm's over with. But I would like to get my Garden City and my Salina Menards done over the weekend. But we'll just have to wait and see. There are some crazy predictions being made about this storm. You know, I've seen people say that there's going to be a 30-day power outage because of this storm, and it's going to cause a massive grid down situation because of the widespread ice accumulations. For people who haven't lived in areas that get ice, like freezing rain, ice storms are really, really devastating for power grids. Because what freezing rain does is it comes down in a liquid and it collects on stuff and then it freezes almost instantly. So it'll build up ice on everything. Tree limbs will get like an inch of ice around them. power lines will get like an inch of ice around them, and it creates a tremendous amount of weight. So it'll cause power lines to sag. It'll cause power lines to get so heavy that they can rip out of transformers and stuff like that. Power lines can snap. But mainly what causes power outages are trees. Branches falling off of trees or trees falling over. They'll fall onto power lines and tear power lines out. Knock power poles over and stuff like that. And I don't think the predictions of like 30 days of widespread power outage are too outlandish. I think that that is very possible in some areas. Let me give you an example of why I think of that. In Oklahoma, back around, I want to say it was around 2007, we had a major ice storm across a large section of Oklahoma. And it caused power outages across the entire state. Lots of damage to the infrastructure. The power was out at my house, well, at the house I was staying at, my friend's house that I was living with at the time. The power was out at our house for 2 days. We had a friend that lived, and we lived out in the country. We lived out in the sticks, and our power was only out for 2 days. I had a friend that was living in Oklahoma City, like in a urban area in Oklahoma City, and he was without power for almost a month. He was constantly calling us, trying to talk to us on the phone and stuff because he didn't have anything else to do. And he was constantly asking to come over and hang out at our house. And I was perfectly fine with him coming over and hanging out, but it wasn't my house. And the guy that I was living with did not like him, so he wouldn't let him come over. I felt like so bad for him. Like, that really sucked. If it was my house, I would have let him stay with me pretty much the whole time, instead of sitting in that house without. He didn't have heating in the house. The only thing he had was his phone. He was just bundled up in a blanket on the couch, trying to stay warm in below freezing temperatures. And he would go out and idle his car occasionally to charge his phone. And he would sit in the car to warm up. We got some flashing lights. I can see. Are they on my side? I think they're on my side of the road. Let's get over in the left lane. There they are. We're starting to get into some fog. The section of road I'm driving through right now is one of the sections that, for me personally, is a notoriously bad weather area. This section of road between like the 84, 86 junction and Ogden, Utah. This is a section of road that can have some really nasty weather in the winter. All of Wyoming is basically a bad weather zone, but the really specific areas in Wyoming that I encounter bad weather a lot is, number one, Evanston, Wyoming, right on the Utah border. I've had a lot of crazy weather in Evanston. You know, you'll drive across the entire state of Wyoming and it's sunny sky, and then you get to Evanston and it's a blizzard. So Evanston is one spot. in between Rawlins and Laramie, which is like 100 miles, 100, somewhere between 100 and 150 miles, that is a notoriously bad weather area that it's a really high wind area. They almost always have some kind of wind advisory between Rawlins and Laramie year round. And you'll have a lot of restrictions on that section of road due to high winds. And then in Laramie, that's another bad weather area because you have the peak of the mountain right there at Laramie. So yeah, we're going through a bad section. I'm going to be going through a lot of potentially bad weather areas in this drive shift, but there's not supposed to be any bad weather through these areas today during the drive shift, except maybe at the end of the drive shift if the weather system comes in earlier than predicted. But a lot of these bad weather areas can have localized weather that are almost unpredictable. My temperature gauge says 24, and it was reading 4 degrees hot, so it could be as low as like 20 degrees outside. And as we go further and further to the east, we're getting more and more into the Arctic blast. We're going to be dealing with some brutally cold temperatures. And that's another thing about this snowstorm, the snow and ice storm, is that it's, oh great, person just turned on their brights. They turned them back off. Not only is this a snow and ice storm, it's also extremely cold temperatures. So whenever this stuff gets on the ground, it's not going to melt off anytime soon. We're supposed to be in temperatures of around, up to 30 degrees below freezing for 3 or 4 days after the storm. So it's not like as soon as the storm's over, it's going to get up to 60 degrees and all the snow and ice is going to melt. It's supposed to stay like brutally cold temperatures, way below freezing, for several days after the storm. All right, we have intermittent fog density. So there's some sections where it's pretty clear visibility, and then other sections visibility drops down to a couple hundred feet. Hopefully we get out of this once we climb down out of this mountain. So yeah, there's a lot of concerns with the weather. It's not just the storm itself, it's all that snow and ice is going to linger for several days after the storm. And then the other major concern that I have with the storm are side roads and the docks that I'm going to be delivering to. So they're talking, like, I've seen predictions anywhere from 2 inches to 2 feet of snow across parts of Kansas. If they get like any decent amount of snow, then it could become difficult to impossible to use the docks at these stores, at these Lowe's and Home Depots. And I can't remember if Menards has the same style docks as Lowe's or Home Depot, or if they're raised docks. Lowe's and Home Depot, every single Lowe's and Home Depot I've ever been to has had the same style of dock, and it's a dock that you back down into. It's a ramp that goes down to where the back of your trailer is even with ground level. So if you get a foot of snow down in that, then it can make it to where you can't get in and out of the dock, because you might not be able to crawl back out of that, because it's a pretty steep grade. You might not be able to crawl back out of that. You might have to get like pulled out. So that's one of my concerns with the deliveries. Menards, I don't foresee a problem with Menards. Menards seems to have much more competent employees than Lowe's and Home Depot. Menards employees seem to be much harder workers. Menards seems to have a lot more equipment available for their workers. So I would suspect that Menards probably has their own snow removal equipment. Lowe's and Home Depot? No, absolutely not. I couldn't imagine a Lowe's or Home Depot employee going out and shoveling snow or driving a snow plow or something like that. So they most likely hire people. Yeah, the fog, once we got off the top of that mountain, the fog disappeared. Awesome. They're most likely going to hire people to come clear their stuff. And the problem with that is the people that are doing snow plowing might be backlogged. So they might not be able to get around to it right away. So Monday might be a major pain in the butt on deliveries. I might be going to a bunch of Lowe's and Home Depots on Monday that they haven't had their docks cleared out yet. And some of the deliveries I can do without a dock. I can just unload them straight out of the back of the trailer. You know, it's just like 3 windows that that a single person can carry, one window at a time. So I can just have the Home Depot or Lowe's employees. Well, it's really difficult to get Home Depot employees to do any damn thing. But I could try to talk them into helping me unload. They're supposed to unload the trailers. I'm not supposed to do it, but Menards, they pretty much almost always help me. Lowe's is like a 50-50, and I don't think I've ever had Home Depot help me unload anything from the trailer unless I asked them to come over and help me because it was like a 200-pound window or something like that. And whenever I ask for help for Home Depot, the shipping and receiving person has never helped me. What they do is they call up somebody else from inside the store, and you have to sit there and wait for like 10 or 15 minutes for somebody to come back there to help you. The shipping and receiving person will not touch the stuff. They'll just sit there. I cannot believe the level of laziness of Home Depot employees. Lowe's employees are better than Home Depot, but they're still lazy. And Menards people are typically really awesome. I like delivering to Menards. What is going on with this truck? I was flying up on them, and then all of a sudden they just started speed matching me. And when I flew up on them, we were going downhill. So I didn't fly up on them because we were going up a steep grade or anything. They're slowly pulling away from me, which is good. I don't like for people to be around me. I don't want people going the same speed close to me. Either be going faster than me or slower than me or be a mile plus away from me. If you want to go the exact same speed as me, be at least a mile away. So let's do a really quick ETA guesstimate. I am 467 miles away from the TA in Laramie. So that is 7 hours and 47 minutes away. Rest area in 1 mile. I think this is the rest area that I got kicked out of a parking spot at. I think it was last winter. We had a bunch of really bad snowstorms, and I managed to have the perfect timing to go through the snowstorms, and I didn't deal with hardly any snow. But all of the truck parking was overrun everywhere for everyone being camped out for the snowstorms. And this rest area, I was completely out of time. I tried stopping at 2 other places before I got to this place. And all the parking was overrun everywhere. I couldn't find anywhere to park. And I got to this place, and I could not drive any further. I was completely zeroed out on time. I think I had to use personal conveyance just to drive around the parking lot and look for a spot. This place was completely overrun. Yeah, this is the spot. This place was completely packed. There was nowhere to park. There were people illegally parked in the middle of the roadway. And so there was nowhere to park. Like, not even along the shoulder, there wasn't anywhere to park. Like, there were people everywhere. So I pulled up Google Maps, and I'm sitting there looking at it, trying to figure out what the hell I can do. I'm going to have to use personal conveyance to go somewhere. And there's nothing around here. Like, how far am I going to have to drive on personal conveyance? And while I was looking at Google Maps, I saw that there was a big, like, dirt lot right there at that rest area. And it was part of, like, DOT. It's where they park their, like, snow plows, and they have piles of sand and stuff like that for putting on the roads. So I walked over there and looked, and it was completely empty. Just a really big dirt lot that had nothing in it. So I pulled in there and went to sleep. And I was woken up by Idaho Highway Patrol the following morning, and he was not happy. He was banging the hell out of the side of my truck, and I was yelling at him, "Just a minute." And he just kept banging. I said, "I got to get dressed, just a minute." And he just kept banging. He banged on the side of my truck until I opened up the door. And then he just started yelling at me. Told me to get the hell out of there. So I did the 5-mile-per-hour creep all the way around the rest area. It took me like 10 minutes to drive from that spot to a regular parking spot in the rest area. The rest area was completely cleared out. There were only like 2 trucks in the rest area. I'm pretty sure what happened was someone called the police because they could not get out of their parking spot because everybody was just parked in the roadway at the rest area. And the highway patrol came up there and ran everyone out of the parking lot that was parked illegally. And then he saw me parked over there after he cleared everybody else out, and he came over there already mad. Who knows what kind of drama he had to deal with running all those people out. You know, all these truck drivers are like, well, once I start my 10-hour break, I can't move the truck. That's bullshit. I don't care what your situation is. If a cop tells you to move your vehicle, you have to move your vehicle. There's a lot of trucker myth. Super truckers have this like alternate reality mythology of what they think is the law. So I'm sure that he had to deal with a lot of super truckers trying to tell him what the law was. Like, I'm on my 10-hour break. I can't move the truck. And so he was really fired up by the time he got over to me. But I just apologized. I was like, absolutely, I'll get moved. Sorry about that. He's like, you didn't see the sign? He wanted an argument, and I wouldn't give it to him. He's like, did you not see the sign that said no parking or no trespassing? I said, no, I didn't see a no trespassing sign. I looked for one. I didn't see one. He said, it's there. I said, oh man, I am so sorry. And I did. I looked for one. There was not a no trespassing sign. But I didn't want to argue with him. He was fired up. He wanted to argue. He wanted to debate. He was just looking for a reason to give me a ticket. If I would have mouthed off to him, he probably would have given me a ticket. But I was just apologetic, and I was like, oh, absolutely, I'll move right now. I'm so sorry. And yeah, I just moved over to a regular parking spot because he ran everybody out. So there were tons of spots open. But yeah, that was the rest area back there that happened at. This person is no longer pulling away from me. They're just speed matching me about a quarter mile ahead of me. All right, so let's go back to the ETA. We were in the middle of the ETA whenever I got sidetracked. So we are 459 miles away. So that is 7 hours and 39 minutes. Welcome to Utah. We are now in Utah. No more truck speed limit. Now the speed limit is 80 for everyone. I'm not going to increase my speed. I'm just going to stay at 70. Hopefully the truck in front of me speeds up to 80. Fly away, little truck, fly away. Is it slowing down? Am I catching up with it? It feels like I'm catching up with it right now. What in the hell? All right, I don't know. I'm sorry I keep getting quiet. I'm just trying to judge this person's speed in front of me because they keep fluctuating speed. Are they going to speed back up? Or am I just going to keep closing on them? Of all the places I can be on the road, I had to be next to this person. All right, let's get back to ETA. 457 miles, 3 hours and 37 minutes, or 7 hours and 37 minutes. Snowville, next 2 exits. This is where a Pilot Flying J is at that typically has cheap fuel. But TA Petro has much better fuel discounts now than Pilot Flying J. I think we started new contracts at the beginning of the year. I switched over to TA Petro. I've been using Pilot Flying J for the last year or two because TA Petro and Pilot Flying J have been almost the exact same price. Pilot Flying J has actually been a little bit cheaper in a lot of the areas that I drive in. But I recently, over the last few months, switched over to TA Petro because they've been cheaper than Pilot Flying J pretty much everywhere. And it's been like some significant difference, you know, like 5-10 cents a gallon instead of 1 or 2 cents a gallon difference between them. All right, back to the ETA. 4:55. That is 7 hours and 35 minutes. It is 6:30 a.m. exactly. So 6:30, 7 hours would be 1:30, right? Plus 35 minutes. This person slowed down again, and I'm catching up to him really quick. We are going up like a tiny, tiny, tiny hill. They must be super heavy to be dropping like 5 miles an hour. I wouldn't even call that a hill. It just wasn't flat land. Is that the reason their speed has been fluctuating so much? They're just super heavy? And any kind of change in the road surface is causing them to lose speed. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just speed up to 75 and get around this person. Schwartz Logistics. I don't like having somebody close in front of me. And we're about to go up another tiny little hill. So they'll probably drop like 5 miles an hour going up this hill, and I'll be able to get some distance on them. So 7 hours, that's 1:30, right? I think that's right. They took that exit. So they're going to the Flying J. So don't have to deal with Schwartz anymore. That Flying J is there's a whole bunch of parking spots open there. That place is a pain to get in and out of. It is so poorly designed. So yeah, there's got to be something wrong with that. I'm supposed to get to Laramie by 2:05 p.m. I've got to recheck that because that doesn't sound right. That sounds like it's way earlier than I anticipated. I think that sign said 71 miles to Ogden. We might be dealing with Swift. We might be dealing with a little bit of morning rush hour. Let me think about this. So we're a little over an hour away from Ogden. It is 6:34. Yeah. We're going to be driving through Ogden during rush hour. Hopefully traffic won't be too bad. So yeah, let me double check that. So 449 miles. That's 7 hours and 29 minutes at a 60 mile per hour average at 6:36. It'd be like 2:05 p.m. I think that's 2:05 p.m. would be my ETA. Now I'm going to have to stop and take a 30-minute break before I get there. Because I'm going to be like 30 minutes short of being able to get there before a 30-minute break, which sucks. I have to just waste about 15 minutes of my life instead of using 15 minutes of my 30-minute break fueling. Wish they would get rid of the stupid 30-minute break rule. I'm just not going to bother dimming them lights, huh? Glad you can see. The rest of us, we'll just stare down at the roadway and try to keep from being blinded. Ogden, 67 miles, Salt Lake, 101. So yeah, I should get to my fuel stop by about 2:30 p.m. Let's say that I get out of there by about 2:45 after fueling. And it'll take me about an hour to get down to Cheyenne. So I should be down out of the mountain by about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and it's not supposed to start snowing until around 6. So that's the current schedule. As long as I don't have any delays, that is my approximate schedule that I'm on. I might see a few snow flurries at the very end of my drive shift in Colorado. Or it might snow. Most likely it's going to snow a couple hours after I get parked in Colorado. And then tomorrow, the next drive shift, Saturday, that is going to be... That's a big question mark. That is just a massive question mark. Saturday is a massive question mark. I'm hoping that I have enough of a weather window that I can at least get to western Kansas or eastern Colorado. Second, get somebody on the shoulder. Or are they on the on-ramp? I can't tell. We're in a turn. Looks like they're way off the road. They're on the shoulder of the on-ramp. So yeah, if I get shut down, I started driving this morning. What time did I start driving this morning? Was it at 5:30? I've been driving for an hour and 8 minutes. So yeah, it was shortly after 5:30 that I started today. So I should be shut down by about 5:30 this afternoon. That means that I can start driving again at 3:30 a.m. Walmart. Flying by me. Are you serious? How in the hell did you catch up to me if you're going slower than me? I just slowed down to 55 from 70 going up that hill. And this Walmart truck flew past me. But as soon as we got to the top of the hill, I very quickly got back up to 70 again. And this Walmart was going below 70, but now they're going like 75. I don't know if they're just coasting down the hill or they're actually able to go that speed. I don't think it was a Walmart company truck hauling it. I think it's just a Walmart trailer, some contractors hauling it. It was a white truck, but I don't remember seeing a Walmart symbol on the side of it. If it was a Walmart truck, I'd be 99% certain that they can't go 75, but a contractor might be able to. We're still going downhill, and I'm doing about 70, and they've slowed down to where they're going almost the same speed as me. All right, now we're pretty close to flat land. Great. Like, I just got around that person that was going the exact same speed as me, sitting in front of me. Now this Walmart is going slower than me. And we're going to have hills until we get close to Ogden. So I'm going to be probably playing leapfrog with this person until we hit flat land. Hopefully we get another steep grade soon and they can get a couple of miles ahead of me. Now they're going faster than me. Their speed is fluctuating. Sorry, I'm just sitting here, John Maddening this. If you cross the goal line, you get a touchdown. But really, having somebody this close in front of me causes me to focus on them. Excuse me. So it appears they're governed at 70, but they're letting it coast down hills up to like 75. and they're empty. If they were loaded, they'd probably be able to go faster than that downhill. So that's how they caught up with me, going the exact same speed as me, is they are flying up hills at 70, not slowing down, and then they're letting it coast as fast as it'll go downhill. Awesome. That's stupid and dangerous to let one of these trucks coast faster than you can go, faster than you're governed, or faster than the vehicle is capable of going. All right, we're about to go up another hill, so hopefully they pull away from me on this. I'm not very heavy, so I don't typically drop a lot of speed on hills. The last one was really steep. I dropped all the way down to 55 from 70. I could have gone faster up the hill, but the truck's in economy mode. That's what it's always in, is economy mode. That's what it defaults to. I can override it and put it in power mode. And in power mode, in economy mode, it tries to stay at low RPM, which is more fuel efficient. And in power mode, it will stay at high RPM, which is a lot less fuel efficient, but more torque, more power. But we're just going to cruise in an economy mode. Got a truck coming up on me. About to start to pass. And I hope that they're light. I hope it's not some asshole that's heavy that's going to fly by me at the bottom of the hill, cut me off, and then slow down to 30 miles an hour going up the hill. And then I get jammed in behind them and I've got to come to a stop crawling up a damn hill. We're about to find out. Sheba Trucking. Yeah. All right, there goes Walmart. Oh, thank goodness. So I'm not going to have Walmart in front of me anymore. And Sheba was not able to make it around me before they lost a whole bunch of speed. So yeah, they're heavy. Trying to pass somebody going up a damn mountain. Glad they weren't able to cut me off. All right, now we've got clear road. Once we get done with this mountain, this Sheba Trucking that's driving 80 miles an hour will fly by me. They're already about a quarter mile behind me. But with as fast as they're going, whenever we hit the downhill, they're going to catch up with me quick. Which I don't care. I don't care about people passing me, as long as they don't get in front of me and speed match me or slow down. Go faster than me, go slower than me, I don't care what you do. Just don't sit next to me going the same speed, or don't get in front of me and slow down. I got somebody passing me with their brights on. Got to hold my hand over the mirror to keep from being blinded. So I can't see anything out of my driver's side rear view mirror because of this person bright lighting me right now. They just dim their lights. I think they saw my hand covering the mirror. They're like, why is he doing that? Oh, I got my brights on. Yeah, that Sheba truck is almost a mile behind me now. I'm doing 47 up this hill. It got steep up here near the top. So my route, I was debating on what to do leaving Garden City. So for people who don't know where Garden City, Kansas is at, I talked about this in the video where I booked the load, where I talked about the load. Garden City was not on the delivery map whenever I booked the load, and I'm a little pissed off that it was not on the delivery map because it is way out of route. It's this town out in the middle of no damn where, way off the interstate. It's like 60 miles off the interstate. So I was trying to figure out what to do leaving Garden City. What I did last time is there's a nice state road that goes down to Garden City, state road or highway. It's not divided or anything. It's a bi-directional, but it has big shoulders. You know, it's a decent road. So I drove from I-70 straight south to Garden City, did the delivery, and then I took that road straight back north to I-70. Now, alternatively, what I could have done is I could have taken state roads east out of Garden City. Instead of going back north, I could have gone east and taken state roads to Salina, Kansas, and that would have saved me 60 miles. But I looked at all of those roads on Google Maps, and they were all really narrow bi-directional roads that had basically no shoulder. I was like, yeah, I don't want to drive 200 miles across Kansas on shoulderless roads. I think I would rather spend an hour, 60 miles, driving back up to the interstate. So that's what I did. And then this time I was debating, I was, trying to make that decision again. Do I do what I did last time, or do I that Sheba truck is about 2 miles behind me. They must have gotten down to like 20 miles an hour at the peak of the hill. But the bad weather has made that a really easy decision. I am definitely, no doubt, driving straight back up to I-70 on that main road, because that is going to be the road that is getting the most attention from the snow plows. But that's the only place that I have to deliver to that's off the beaten path. Every other place I'm delivering is really close to an interstate or a really busy highway. All right, we're about to hit flat land. We're going downhill right now. Once we get down to the bottom, I think that's the end of the mountain driving until we get near the Wyoming border. Well, until we get onto I-80. Basically, as soon as we get to I-80, we start climbing hills and mountains again, which is over close to the Wyoming border. "45 miles until I get onto Interstate 84 East." So traffic should slowly build as I get closer and closer to 84, because we're basically going to be driving in morning rush hour. But once I get onto Interstate 84, traffic should die down quite a bit. There should be very little traffic on 84. "6:59 a.m. Keep watching that car on the road driving along the interstate here, and I keep looking for an on-ramp of that car pulling out in front of me, because that car is hauling butt down that little side road. They're basically going as fast as me. I'm doing 70 miles an hour. All right, looks like here's the on-ramp on the other side of this bridge. But they've got a couple of stop signs to go through to get on. So let's talk about another issue with the truck. Another problem with the truck. I've got a list of things that I need to work on whenever I get home. Let's talk about my list of to-do things with the truck. First, let's start with the alternator air conditioner belt tensioner. So there's two belts on the truck. One of them is the fan, and I'm not sure what else is on that. I think maybe the water pump might be on that. I'm not sure. But one of them is known as the fan belt, and the other one is, it has the air conditioner and alternator on it. And each belt has its own tensioner. The alternator air conditioner tensioner, that belt tensioner, has been making weird noises occasionally. Not constantly, not all the time, but just occasionally it'll start making weird, like, metal clanking noises. Like it has bad bearings in it or something like that. Or some kind of bad spring mechanism that's clanking around or something. All right, I got a truck riding my ass, flying up on me, about to pass me. How much money you want to bet it's Sheba? This is the same thing they did last time. They flew up on me really fast, got really close behind me. When I say close, I mean like 20 feet behind me, and then moved out to pass me. I got somebody merging on. Yep, it's Sheba. The truck merging on is merging on really fast. Sheba's doing like 80 miles an hour. That truck, oh my God, I just got another text message. I don't know what is going on. All right, let's divert off of the mechanical issues with the truck. I'll try to remember to come back and talk about all the mechanical issues with the truck. Let's talk about some non-trucking personal stuff. I think I might have mentioned this in previous videos because I've been dealing with this for a very long time. I can't remember exactly when this started. I've been dealing with this since somewhere between 2015 and 2020 is when this started. I can't remember which year it was, but it was somewhere between 2015 and 2020. I started getting phone calls of people looking for some girl named Keisha Jacobs. I was getting phone calls from creditors wanting to know when she's going to make a payment, reminding her that her phone's about to get cut off, or this is about to happen, or, you know, threatening her with various things. I was getting calls from managers wanting to know why she wasn't showing up for work. I was getting calls from guys wanting to talk with her. Like she gave her number out to guys, and these guys are calling me wanting to hook up. And I've had, these are, in case you haven't, well, let's not, anyway, let's not divert into that direction. I've got these guys calling me up. It was more than one guy wanting to talk with Keisha. She'd given her number out to these guys to hook up with. One of the guys that called me got threatening on the phone. Like got really, got another asshole with their brights passing me. Like, he did not believe me when I told him that this was not Keisha Jacobs' phone number. He thought that I was like some guy that was sleeping with her, and I answered her phone and wouldn't let him talk to her. That's what he thought was going on. And that's the way he was talking to me. He was telling me that that's what he thought was going on. And he was like threatening me, telling me he's going to kick my butt and all kinds of stuff. And he called and texted me several times. I think I just ended up blocking his number. And I had her managers calling me and being like, why isn't Keisha at work? Why didn't she show up? Like, this isn't Keisha's phone number. What I think the deal is, because she gave my phone number to everyone. It wasn't just like she put down the wrong digit in one place whenever she gave her phone number out to somebody. And one person had the wrong number. She gave my phone number out to everyone. What do I think happened? Why did she give my phone number out to everyone? Well, around the time that this started was shortly after Oklahoma City added a new area code. Oklahoma City was running out of phone numbers, so they added in a new area code. I think that Keisha Jacobs got my phone number on that new area code, and she did not realize that her number was not a 405 area code, which is the normal Oklahoma City area code. I think that she just assumed she had a 405 number, but her number is actually whatever the new area code is. That's what I think happened. And I am still, to this day, getting phone calls and text messages from debt collectors. I've gotten probably, and they come in spurts. Over the last 2 weeks, I've probably gotten a dozen phone calls and text messages from debt collectors trying to collect old debts on Keisha Jacobs. And I just don't talk to these people that are trying to reach her because they don't believe it's not her number. I've tried so many times to tell them that this is not her phone number, and they don't trust me. They think that I am Keisha Jacobs' boyfriend, and I'm just lying to get them to stop calling. But yeah, it's annoying. It's frustrating. Like, I get lots of phone calls anyway from just my personal life. I get phone calls and text messages and emails from a lot of just my personal stuff. And then on the business side of things, I get a lot of phone calls, emails, and text messages. And then I get a lot of phone calls and text messages for this Keisha Jacobs person from all of her debt collectors. The worst one that I had was somebody that was telling me that they needed to serve me with papers. And they wouldn't say that they were looking for Keisha Jacobs. They just said that they needed to serve me with papers. They wouldn't even say the name of the person that they needed to serve with papers. They just wanted to schedule a time to meet, and they wanted me to give them my address. And they were extremely threatening. They threatened all kinds of lawsuits. They threatened to have me put in jail. They said that they were working with the district attorney, and that they had a case number, and they lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I actually called the DA's office and told them about the phone call I received, and they said, no, that's not true. We don't have case numbers like that. So yeah, that's just not true. So they told me it was BS. But I've had to deal with very aggressive debt collectors and people trying to serve like subpoenas or some type of legal paperwork. Like really, really, really aggressive people. Because of this damn Keisha Jacobs person giving my phone number out to a whole bunch of people. And then her being a world-class piece of shit and having a whole bunch of people trying to put her in jail and serve papers and sue her and collect debts from her. But anyway, that's the story behind that text message I just got. Let me see if I can read the text message. This text is from, I can't, it's a really long text. This text is from, I can't read it. Halstead Financial, a debt collector regarding your Ace Cash Express. I'm guessing that's one of those payday loan places. And then it has a bunch of information on where you can go to pay your debt online. And this is an attempt to collect a debt. I don't know. A whole bunch of stuff. It's a really long text message. I've thought about changing my phone number, but I've had the same phone number for like 20 plus years. And there are friends of mine that I haven't talked to in like 20 years that still have this phone number. Like, I don't have any really close friends. My closest friends, I typically go like 5 years without talking to them. So if I change my phone number, then they won't be able to reach me. We're 24 miles away from Interstate 84. It's probably only going to be about the last 5 to 10 miles that has heavy traffic. All right, so now let's talk about all the issues with the truck. There are several things that I need to get fixed whenever I get to the house. Ogden Police. So, that SUV directly in front of me is Ogden Police. If you're wondering why I just blurted that out. They were passing me. So the tensioner on the air conditioner alternator belt. I can't remember exactly whenever I started noticing an issue. I think it was whenever I was out over the road last time. Yeah, it was. It was whenever I was out over the road last time, and I was sitting just outside of Nashville in whatever town I was in. I was parked there for like a week looking for a load. And
There are police reported ahead.
sorry, Google just popped up with an alert telling me that there's police ahead. Yeah, they just passed me. And I'm going to click the not there button. So, yeah, I can't remember why I turned on the air conditioner, but I started up the truck. And whenever I started up the truck, I can't remember why I was starting up the truck. Oh, you know what it was? It was, I had booked a load that picked up within like a couple of hours. So I had to hurry up and get ready and go pick the load up. We're about to come up to a way station. And while I was waiting on the email with the freight bill and all the load information, I went ahead and started up the truck and packed everything away and started getting ready to roll. Plugged in my GPS and everything. And while I was just sitting there waiting for the agent to send me the email confirmation, I went ahead and turned the air conditioner on since the truck was running. And I started hearing this clicking noise. And I didn't think it was my truck at first. I was like, where in the hell is that coming from? Pull in unless closed, says DriveWise. Are they open or not? All right, that truck in front of me went in. Port of entry open when flashing. Awesome. Just go waste 5 minutes of my life. And traffic, I was in such a nice traffic area. Now traffic is going to build and build for this 5 minutes. There's going to be more traffic I have to deal with. Like, I'm almost empty. Why are you running me across the damn scales? They're bypassing everyone.
In half a mile, merge onto I-15 south, I-84 east.
They're sending everyone down the bypass lane. So it looks like some idiot forgot to turn the sign off out front. They're not actually running the scales. They're just bypassing everyone. So they should turn the sign out front off. All right, we're done with that waste of time. I saw a whole bunch of people sitting inside the building, so they're actually running the scale, but they're just pulling in a lot of people they don't need to pull in. Got to waste a bunch of fuel, accelerating back up to 70. All right, 17 miles. Until 84. So yeah, while I was over in the Nashville area, there was a clicking noise, and took me a minute to realize it was coming from my truck, but I popped the hood and I found the source of the clicking after a few minutes of looking around, and it was coming from the alternator air conditioner belt tensioner. I turned the air conditioner. Well, at first I wasn't 100% sure whether or not it was coming from the air conditioner or the belt tensioner. So I turned the air conditioner on and off multiple times, and I stuck my head in there to see where the noise was coming from, and I was able to narrow it down to where it was the noise was only happening whenever I engaged the air conditioner. So I initially thought it was the air compressor making the noise, but it wasn't. It was the tensioner making the noise. The additional friction from the compressor engaging was just putting, more strain on the tensioner and causing the tensioner to click. A really steady, consistent clicking noise. But it only happened whenever I would turn the air conditioner on. And the air conditioner worked fine. So I was trying to figure out, is it a bad tensioner or is it just a really loose belt that's causing the tensioner to make noises because the belt's so loose? So I thought initially it was probably just a loose belt. I was like, okay, I need to get that belt replaced. That's on my to-do list. It wasn't that big of a deal at the time to me. Well, whenever I was parked at the TA in Aurora, just south of Portland, a couple of weeks ago, I started up the truck to go and put in 60 gallons of fuel to get a shower credit. And then I started getting some weird noises from the tensioner without the air conditioner turned on. It was giving these metal clanking noises, like a spring, not like a ball bearing, not like a crunching metal noise. It was more like a ting, like a like a spring that was like coming loose. And it was just happening intermittently. And it was the tensioner, that same tensioner. So now I think I'm pretty confident it is the tensioner failing. It's not the belt being loose. And the tensioner is still making intermittent noises. Like I'll be driving down the road, and then for like 30 seconds, the tensioner will start making these little weird metal noises. And then it'll stop for a couple of hours. And then it'll make noises for 30 seconds to a couple of minutes. And then it'll stop for a couple of hours. It doesn't make noise very often or for very long. But it sounds like that tensioner is about to come apart. So I'm hoping that tensioner stays together until I get home. And then I plan on replacing it when I get to the house. I'm going to replace it myself. It's just held on by 2 bolts. So it looks like, based off of what I have researched, I'm surprised traffic is not heavier than this. 7:28 a.m. and we're 11 miles away. This is right here. 10 miles from the exit is where I expected traffic to pick up quite a bit. This is Friday, right? It's not a weekend, right? Yeah, this is Friday. I'm not going to complain. This is awesome. But it looks like all you have to do is you have to get like a 3/8 inch socket. And that fits into a hole on the tensioner. And then you just push or pull on that. And it flexes the tensioner to loosen the belt. And then you can basically take the belt off of one of the rollers. And then it's held in by 2 bolts. You just remove those 2 bolts, pop the new one in, and then you release tension on it with the wrench again, with the socket wrench. Put the belt back over the roller. All done. It looks like something that's really easy to do. And I don't really feel like paying somebody $160 for 1 hour of labor to do it. So I'm going to do it myself. What about the part cost? How expensive is the tensioner? Well, the part cost is all over the place. I've seen them as high as $500 for one of those tensioners. 8.3 miles until my exit. All right. Oh, 4-wheeler flashed me over, letting me know that they're going to let me over. That was nice of them. Speed limit 75. I'm going to go ahead and speed up to 75 to get around Pride faster. Because Pride's just going like 1 to 2 miles an hour slower than me. So I don't want to slow pass them, but we've got another truck right up here, so I'm going to stay in the middle lane and go ahead and pass this one as well. Rock hauler or something like that. Got to keep an eye on these 4-wheelers behind it. They're just chilling behind it, but a lot of times 4-wheelers chilling behind a slow truck, whenever another truck goes to pass, they'll pop out from behind it and cut you off at the last second to pass. And that truck that flashed, the four-wheeler that flashed the lights, letting me know I was clear to move over, did it the right way. He didn't high beam me. He turned his lights off and on. So that must be a truck driver that did that. And not some dumbass rookie truck driver or some super trucker. Somebody that actually knows what the hell they're doing. So yeah, what is the cheapest price I found the tensioner? $32. So you may be sitting there thinking, oh, well, the $500 ones are much higher quality. Not necessarily. What I did notice in looking at these tensioners for sale online is that most of them are the exact same item. You can look in the pictures and they have the exact same part number, like in the metal. And they're being sold, like the one that's $32 is also being sold for as high as like $300. And it is the exact same part number from the exact same manufacturer. A lot of these parts that people, you'll go down to Fleet Pride or wherever, and there'll be a part that's a lot cheaper than other parts. And Fleet Pride will talk all kinds of smack and, oh yeah, that cheap one, you don't buy that crap. It's, that's not going to last. It's cheap crap. Some cheap made in China stuff. Well, where do you think Volvo gets their stuff? Volvo doesn't actually manufacture much of any of their parts, like the belts and the water pumps and all that stuff. They don't make any of that stuff. They buy it from manufacturers in China and rebrand it. They just slap a Volvo logo on the side of it. So it's the same Chinese manufacturers making the cheap stuff and the really expensive OEM stuff. Just branding. So, yeah, I plan on ordering the $32 tensioner from Walmart.com. That's a big bridge bump. 3 miles. 3 miles until my exit. Traffic is still really awesome. I want to go ahead and turn my cruise off. Traffic is getting a lot thicker. Just lines of people coming on the on-ramps. Yeah, just fly by me. Pass on the right.
In 2 miles,
Cut me off.
to take exit 340 for I-84 east toward I-80 east.
We're just in your way. I'm sorry, bro. I shouldn't even be out here on this road. I didn't even know you were driving today. If I'd known you were driving today, I'd just stayed at home. This idiot just weaving through traffic. .3 miles, the 2 right lanes. I think there's going to be a new right lane, so I need to get over 1 lane. Oh, looks like there's not a new right lane. I might be good to go in this lane, maybe. Nope, there is a new one. Yeah, I would have been okay in that lane.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 340 for I-80.
It would be nice if we had better signage where it would like tell you that. And you know, the first sign said you have to be over in the far right lane for this exit. And then the second sign said, well, actually, you can be in either of these 2 lanes for the exit.
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 340.
Let me make it through this sharp 45-mile-per-hour turn here. We're doing 54. Now we're doing 43. Four-wheelers, you can pass me. I've got a line of like 5 four-wheelers behind me. You can get out in that left lane and pass if you want to. I won't bite. All right, so as you can see, traffic just completely died whenever we got onto 84. So right when traffic was starting to get really bad, we got off the interstate. All right, those 5 cars exited right there. That's the reason they were hanging out behind me. Well, that was nice of them. Instead of flying by me and then cutting me off for the exit, they just hung out behind me. Oh, Amazon Prime almost hitting that damn four-wheeler, forcing their way back over to the right lane. Amazon Prime, some of the scariest trucks on the road. All right, we don't have very long until we hit like a 50-mile-per-hour windy road section. There's 2 50-mile-per-hour sections that have like a 55-mile-per-hour truck speed limit, and there's like a lot of 50-mile-per-hour turns. I'm going to go ahead and get around Amazon Prime. I'm going like 1 or 2 miles per hour faster than them. I really don't want to be behind them through the windies, the twisties, because I have no idea what they're going to do. It's like 50-50. They're either going to drive through there like a bat out of hell, going way too fast around the turns. Yep. They literally have their Lulu trucking taped to the side of their truck. Like, that is a stereotypical Amazon Prime driver right there. So there's a 50-50 chance. They're either going to drive through these twisties way too fast at an extremely high rate of speed, and they're going to have issues maintaining their lane because they're going too fast, or they're going to drive incredibly slow. The likelihood that they go through at a normal, safe speed is highly unlikely. And I don't want to get stuck behind them going through the twisties, and they're brake checking me constantly, and I can't get around them because they're driving all over the road, and every time we hit a straightaway, they floor it. I just don't want to deal with that crap. So we're going to get around them now before we get to the twisties. because there's about 102% chance that the person driving that Amazon Prime truck should not have a CDL. All right, what other issues are there besides the tensioner? The seals around some of the windows in my sleeper, the little rubber gaskets, have started to crack, and little chunks have started to fall off of those rubber seals. And it's causing a little bit of moisture to leak in between those seals inside the truck. It's not like dripping water in the truck or anything, but it's allowing like the inside of the window to get wet. So I need to, I don't plan on like removing the windows and replacing the gaskets. What I plan on doing is I'm going to get a plastic scraper and scrape off the gasket. And I'm just going to use some black caulk. And I'm just going to put caulk around where the gasket was at. So that's another thing that I need to do when I'm at home. What's another thing? Oh, APU. Have a bunch of drama with the APU. All right, so this is a really long story that I'm going to tell the short version of. Like 2 years ago, I paid the shop where I parked the truck at. I paid mechanics there to replace the alternator on my APU because it failed. It was no longer giving a signal that it was running. So that's one of the ways that the APU tells if it started correctly. So what the APU is doing is it would start up and then it would do an engine run check, and it wasn't receiving a signal from the alternator. So it would say engine run check failed. It would turn the engine off, and this car is going slow. And then it would try to start the engine again. All right, we're about to hit one of the twisties. Speed limit just dropped down to 55 for trucks, and we're going through the first section of twisties now. So, the mechanic that replaced my alternator is not the brightest. And whenever he replaced the alternator, there were a whole bunch of parts that came out whenever he removed the old alternator. And he didn't know where they went. So what did this genius do? Did he consult with the other mechanic or call the dealer or check with anyone? Nope. He handed me all the extra parts and told me that he didn't know where they went. They fell out when he was removing the old one. And I was like, what? But we turned it on and it worked. About 2 weeks later, the belt, the fan belt, the alternator fan belt, there's two belts on the APU. There's a generator belt on the left side, and then on the right side, there's a belt that's hooked up to the fan, alternator, and water pump. Got some construction around the corner here. Looks like it's active. So a couple weeks later, the belt snapped. That was on the alternator. Let me get through this construction. So I carry spare belts, several spare APU belts with me in the truck. So I was like, okay, I need to go replace the belt. I get in there to replace the belt, and I see that the alternator has come loose. The bolt holding in the alternator at the bottom has snapped in half. So the alternator is no longer bolted in. So I ordered a new bolt from Amazon and had it shipped to an Amazon drop box. And I went out and installed that new bolt in the truck stop parking lot. What in the hell are these idiots doing? Why would you fly by me and then slam on your brakes and then cut me off? Why do people do this crap? We're through the first section of twisties. I'm trying to get back up to 70, but got this genius in front of me. All right, they're finally speeding up. What was I saying? So yeah, I replaced the bottom bolt on the alternator. And I noticed that the alternator was setting kind of weird. It was setting like it wasn't lined up properly. The belt was like at an angle. But I was able to get the alternator seated, bolted back in there. And I got it working again. And then when I got home, my plan was to take another look at the alternator and tighten the belt and, just do some routine maintenance. I was gonna change out the belt because the belt that I installed, there was something I didn't like about the belt that I installed. I was going to install a new belt when I got home. And when I got home, I went to remove the alternator, or I went to remove the belt on the alternator. And whenever I went to remove the bolts, all of the bolts just snapped. whenever I tried to undo them, whenever I tried to loosen them up. Because of how much strain was being put on them from the alternator not being installed properly. The alternator was setting off to the side. And it was putting a lot of strain on all the bolts and everything, the entire everything on that side of the APU. So I put it back into the same shop, different mechanic. Bill is like the head mechanic. Jeff is there are only two mechanics. Bill is like the head mechanic, and Jeff is the other mechanic. Jeff is the one that screwed everything up. So I brought it in, and at that time, I didn't know why the alternator was sitting at a weird angle. I just brought it in to get that bolt removed that snapped off. Don't you just love it when you go out to pass people and then all of a sudden they're going faster than you? I just magicked my way up to you, Reinhardt. I wasn't going faster than you. I just was doing magic. That's how I got up here. And now we're going the exact same damn speed. All right, I'm going to just speed up to 75 and get around this dumbass. Why do people do this crap? This is what really sucks about being in a governed truck, is this kind of behavior is commonplace out here over the road. People speeding up whenever you try to pass them, and it just gets you jammed in behind vehicles, and you can't build space because of dumbasses like this. It's some young kid. Looks like he's just turned 21. He's playing on his damn phone. Hauling double hazmat tankers. That's awesome. But anyway, I brought it in there to have Bill just remove that bolt. And while Bill was removing the bolt, I was explaining to Bill what was going on. And he got the bolt removed, and he went to install the alternator, bolt the alternator back in. And he was like, the alternator is not aligned properly. And I was like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. And he's like, what is going on? What happened? And I told him what happened when Jeff replaced the alternator. And it had extra parts. And he said that was a spacer. I described the parts, the leftover parts. He said that was a spacer. You need that spacer to align the alternator. So he was like, we have to, find a new spacer. We have to figure out how big the spacer is and find one. And I said, I've still got it. He said, you do? And I said, yeah, I keep everything. It's in a box at my house with the old alternator. So I drove to my house and I got all of the parts left over from the alternator install and brought them back. And Bill installed it with the spacer, and it lined up properly again. But with it being not installed properly, it basically damaged all of the bolts holding everything on over on that side by putting a lot of stress on those bolts. So I've been having issues with all of the bolts snapping. That brings us to today. While I was at the TA, the belt came loose. The belt needs tightening on a fairly regular basis because it doesn't have a tensioner. So the belt will slowly stretch over time. So every 2 to 4 weeks, I'm going out there and tightening the belt. So I went out there to tighten the belt, and whenever I went to loosen the bolt, on the alternator, it broke in half. And there were 2 other bolts that had already snapped off as well. All right, we're about to go into the twisties again. And I am catching up with a concrete mixer. Ooh, it's getting kind of cool in here. I guess I better turn the heater on. My temperature gauge says it's 23 degrees outside. So while I was at the truck stop, I spent probably 2 hours trying to remove the bolt that snapped off because there's just a tiny little nub sticking out. And I was trying to get a grip on it with pliers and channel locks and vice grips and all kinds of stuff. And I just could not get good enough of a grip on it to turn it. So I'm going to have to wait till I get home and I'm going to have to drill it. Because I don't have a drill with me in the truck. And while I'm doing that, I think I might also try to remove the other 2 bolts that snapped off that are not as critical as this one. The APU can run without those other 2 bolts, but I'm going to see if I can't drill those out as well. All right, the twisty section should start within the next mile or 2. Oh, wow, that kid that I passed a few minutes ago hauling the double tankers did not slow down for that 60-mile-per-hour turn. I dropped down from 70 to 60, and they flew through there and closed the distance on me. I don't want to pass this mixer because I don't know how fast they're going to go through the twisties. I'm going to go like 50 to 55. And I don't want to pass them, and then they have to pass me in the twisties. They're doing 65. I've dropped down from 70 to 65. Ah, screw it. They can pass me if they want to go fast through the twisties. All right, now we're entering the twisties. Truck speed limit just dropped to 55. And here comes the hazmat tanker already. They just hopped out into the left lane. They're passing the mixer that I just passed, and they're passing me. What a moron. So I'm probably going to get quiet for a few minutes because I'm stuck in a cluster of trucks, and we have Captain Stupid with a double tanker hazmat that's out in the left lane trying to pass everyone. Okay, he just dipped back in behind the mixer. He couldn't get around. He got scared. He wasn't able to go around the turns fast enough to pass, so he backed out of the pass, and we're actually pulling away from him now. So I don't know, maybe he just wasn't reading the damn signs about sharp turns. I suspect he's a local driver, so I'm pretty sure he's probably well aware. Of how sharp these turns are. But maybe he's not a local driver. Maybe he's never been on this road before. That concrete mixer is riding my ass. I would like to get out and pass this truck in front of me, but these four-wheelers are just going so fast. I don't want to block that left lane. We don't have much twisties left. And there goes the hazmat tanker again, going for the pass. And this jackass is trying not to let me around. He sped all the way up to 70. The speed limit is 55, and I've sped up to try to get around this guy quickly, and he sped up with me. We had this little straightaway, and I was just trying to get around him quickly, and this asshole sped up to 70 to try to block me from passing. What's wrong with people? And now I've got the genius with the hazmat riding my ass. He made it all the way around the other two. The concrete mixer is still stuck behind that first truck. All right, and that is the end of the twisties. So cruise control's back on. All right, so yeah, we were going through things I need to do when I'm at home. But yeah, I need to drill out that bolt that broke off on the APU. I haven't been able to use the APU since I think it was Monday that I went out there and tried to tighten the belt, and the bolt snapped off. So I've been having to idle the truck ever since then. It really sucks. What else do I need to do with the truck while I'm there? Tensioner, caulk windows. The big thing about caulking the windows is just getting up that high on the truck. I have a ladder, but I can't carry it in my car. I have a tiny little sports car. I can't fit a ladder in that thing. I can fit my little tiny ladder in there, but that's only like a 3-foot ladder. That's not going to help. What I might do is park my truck next to something in the parking lot that I can climb up on. Like, I think that there are some, I don't, like, there are lots of people that park there that have flatbeds. I can park really close to one of their flatbeds and crawl up onto their flatbed. I don't want to do that to another person that parks there. But I think Glenn has some flatbeds. I wouldn't mind crawling on Glenn's equipment, but just some random person in the parking lot, I would not feel comfortable climbing on their equipment. But I could find one of Glenn's flatbeds or something in the parking lot, park really close to it, and then I could just stand up on his flatbed. And I can also bring my little 3-foot ladder out in my car, and I can use that to stand up to get a little bit higher on the flatbed. $410 miles to Cheyenne. So saith the sign. 3 miles until we get onto Interstate 80. I think those are all the things I need to do with the truck. Another thing that I might do while I'm at the house is rip out this mini split air conditioner that I installed in the truck. It doesn't work. The compressor on the outside unit is not kicking on. Oh, great. This four-wheeler that just passed me slowed down once they got in front of me. I need to get over in that left lane.
2 miles. Use the left lane to take exit 1208 for I-80 East for Cheyenne.
And there's just a line of four-wheelers alongside me right now, and they're all going really close to the same speed as me. I just forced my way over in front of one. When I put my signal on, he floored it and tried to block me from moving over, but I just went anyway. I hate people that do that crap. So yeah, I might rip out the mini split.
In half a mile, use the left lane.
I keep wanting to like troubleshoot it and see if I can't figure out what's wrong with it, why the compressor isn't coming on. Maybe I just blew a fuse. The compressor basically stopped working when I had a generator problem. So the APU generator.
Left lane to take exit 128.
The APU generator stopped outputting the correct voltage. It wasn't putting out enough voltage. And that's basically when the compressor stopped working. So I thought maybe it just tripped a breaker from not being proper voltage, but it might have actually fried something out with not being the proper voltage. It might have damaged something. But I think I might do one last check to see if I can't find a breaker somewhere. Or a fuse. And if I can't find one, then I'm just going to remove it. It's just extra weight on the truck, and it's kind of a pain to have in the truck because the way it's mounted on the back wall, it won't stay on the wall while I'm driving. So what I have to do is when I'm driving, I have to take it off the wall and lay it down in the bed. And then whenever I go to sleep, I have to pick it up out of the bed and connect it to the wall. Just a little annoying. All right, I don't have anybody behind me for about a mile, but those four-wheelers a mile back are going to catch up with me real quick. We just started climbing up a steep grade. Speeds are dropping. We got some slow-moving vehicles. Got people illegally parked at the rest area. All right, let's get out and around XPO. As soon as I get out in the left lane, a four-wheeler comes flying out of nowhere going like 100 miles an hour. This is an XPO over-the-road driver. All right, story time. The first time I got my CDL was back in somewhere roughly around 2003, 2004. I can't remember the exact year that I got my CDL. I went through CDL school in Reno, Nevada, and Swift paid for it. I signed an agreement to work for Swift for 1 year in exchange for them paying for my CDL school. So I went to CDL school in the summer. I remember it was really hot outside, and it was an abandoned like strip mall. Not like an old run-down strip mall. It looked like a brand new strip mall that was just abandoned. And the fire department and police department would come down there and do like training at this abandoned mall. And the CDL school used the parking lot to train in. And in my CDL school class, sorry, I'm trying to go around these turns and watch the traffic around me, and I can't see very far ahead, so I'm trying to like hyper focus around these turns in case there's something around the turn, because I can't see very far down the road with these turns. So in that CDL class, I buddied up with a guy named Percy. I was in my early 20s. Percy was like 50 years old. And we were like very similar personalities. We were both like overachievers. Everyone else in the class was just there. Like they weren't really putting any effort forth. The majority of our class, almost everyone in our class, was on unemployment, and they did not want to get a CDL. They were just going through the class so that they could keep their unemployment. I don't know what the conditions are for unemployment, but that's what they told me, was that they either had to take a training class or they had to do interviews or both or something in order to keep their unemployment. So they were going through CDL school. The state was paying for it with taxpayer money. And they did not plan on getting their CDL afterward. And they were not paying attention in class. They didn't give a damn about the class. They were just there to collect their unemployment check. So that was the majority of the class, was those people that didn't give a shit. And then we had a handicapped guy that was walking around with crutches, and neither of his legs worked. His legs just kind of like dangled there. And that guy was also on unemployment, but he really wanted to be a truck driver, like maximum effort guy. But he couldn't drive the truck because of his disability. What he said his plan was that he had already checked with a whole bunch of trucking companies, and everybody had told him no, they will not hire him with his disability. But he thought that if he could get a CDL, that he might be able to find someone that would be willing to get him a job with an automatic truck, because automatics were like a brand new thing back then. They were something that truck drivers heard of, but no one had ever seen one. Like, we knew automatics existed, but like no one had them. It's kind of like electric trucks now. Like, we know electric trucks exist, but they're really rare. So he thought that he'd be able to drive an automatic, and he thought that some trucking company would be willing to purchase an automatic for him if he got a CDL. So he was hoping to get a foot in the door into trucking with his disability by getting a CDL. I don't know how in the hell he expected to get a CDL, since there's a drive test and he can't push a clutch down. And back then, you had to take a test on a manual. Like, he couldn't push any pedals. No clutch, no throttle, no brake, no nothing. He couldn't do anything with his legs. I don't know, like, what in the hell he was thinking. But he was a super nice guy, and he was just so incredibly excited to be there. And, like, he said it was his dream to be a truck driver. I hope that he eventually realized that dream. Because now, I'm pretty sure he could get a CDL. With automatic trucks, I've seen people at shippers and receivers that basically have similar or the same disabilities that he has, where their legs don't work. I've seen truck drivers with legs that don't work. So I hope he ended up living his dream of being able to become a truck driver. I don't think he was able to do it back then. It wasn't really possible back then. But anyway, there were all the unemployment people that didn't care. There was the disabled guy that didn't have a shot that really cared. And then there was a couple of other people there. There were like 4 of us that were there that had signed Swift contracts. There was me, Percy. We were both on Swift contracts. And then there was an older woman. And I think there was one other person. I can't remember what they looked like. But Percy and I were the only ones that were really like putting in a ton of effort. Even the handicap guy that was, maximum effort, he was not putting anywhere near the effort that Percy and I were putting in. The disability guy thought that just being there, he would somehow miracle a CDL. Like, he was super happy and excited, but he wasn't really putting in the work. To give you an example of not putting in the work, Percy and I memorized the pre-trip inspection instantly. As soon as they gave us the list of the pre-trip inspection, the next day when we came to class, we both had it memorized. Now, that's something that the disabled guy could easily do. He doesn't have any, his legs don't keep him from memorizing a pre-trip. He never memorized the pre-trip the entire time I was there. There's a lot of people like that that are dreamers, that are not doers. They want to do things, they get really excited about things, but they don't want to put in the work to do it. They think that it's just going to magically happen for them. But anyway, Percy and I kind of separated ourselves from the rest of the class because they were a bunch of lazy bums that were more interested in just hanging around and chit-chatting. And Percy and I were there to learn how to be truck drivers. We were both in very strained financial situations to where we needed to be driving a truck and making money as soon as possible. We could not afford to fail our CDL test and have to wait for a retest. We had to pass first time. That's the financial situation we were both in. So he and I were putting in a lot of work. We busted our ass, and we became buddies because, we had a very similar mentality. And after CDL school, we both ended up driving for Swift. I only lasted about 5 months with Swift, and I couldn't take it anymore. I ended up quitting early on my contract, and I went to work for Conway Western Express, which is now XPO Logistics. I don't know if they merged with them or they got bought out or they bought them out. I don't know what happened, but now Conway Western Express is XPO Logistics. Percy stayed with Swift throughout his contract, and then he ended up bouncing around to a bunch of mega carriers. And while I was working at Conway, he was like envious of how much money I was making at Conway. And I was home daily and stuff like that. And I was like, man, it's hard work. And it's 14-hour days. Like, it sucks. He's like, well, it's better than what I'm doing. And it's a lot better money than I'm making. And I don't know why he didn't just apply to be a line haul driver with Conway. Instead, what he did was he applied for Conway's over-the-road fleet. Conway started up a brand new over-the-road fleet. Team drivers. And he signed up for that crap, and he got hired. And they put him with some random other person as a team. And that random person that they put him with was lazy. Percy and I are both like hard workers. You know, we're just, when it's time to work, you just work until it's time to not work. A lot of people, I thought that was normal. Like, I thought all truck drivers did that. I thought all truck drivers, you know, when your 10-hour break was up, you drove until you ran out of drive time. And then when your 10-hour break was up, you did that again. I thought that's what, like, every driver did. But then over time, I found out that there's a very small percentage of drivers like that. Most drivers are constantly stopping and taking breaks. They take longer than 10-hour breaks. They're stopping every hour or so at the truck stop, and they're taking naps all the time, and they're doing like 400 miles a drive shift. Well, Percy and I were like 3,000+ mile a week drivers. And Percy got paired up with some lazy bum that was like a 200 mile a week driver, or 200 mile a day, like 1,000 mile, 1,500 mile a week driver. And Conway had those teams on really tight schedules. Line haul in general is on tight schedules. LTL companies do tight schedules on everything. So his co-driver, Percy's co-driver, he was having issues with him from day one where he wasn't driving very much. And then the co-driver started making excuses about being sick. And they had a schedule to keep. That co-driver didn't care about the schedule. Percy did. And Percy was like, I'll just run on your logbook. So Percy started running on that guy's logbook because he said he was sick. That happened like first week they were together. And once that guy realized Percy would run on his logbook, Percy just started running 2 logbooks, basically. And it really burnt Percy out. But passing that XPO Logistics over-the-road truck reminded me of that. Percy did some things that I would never do. Like, he really broke the law. I bent the law. I didn't break it. I never ran 2 logbooks or any crazy stuff like Percy did. One of the stories that Percy has told me multiple times, I can't remember the details of the story, so I'm not going to try to tell you the details because I can't remember them all. And I don't know why he had to drive across the country so fast. But he picked up a load somewhere on the eastern half of the country, and he drove it straight through to, I think, California without taking a rest break. Like 40 hours or something. It was like 35, 40 hours straight through driving. And he was sick the entire time. He had food poisoning, I think, based off what he was telling me. He said he couldn't hold food or water down, and it was coming out both ends. The entire drive. He said that he got there, delivered the load, went to the truck stop, and he said he fell asleep in the truck and slept for like 2 days. That's the kind of crazy stuff Percy would do. I never did anything like that. I would bend the rules a little bit, but not just outright break them like that. All right, we're getting close to Evanston. And Evanston is a bad weather area where, like, weird things can happen in Evanston. It's fairly common that, like, Evanston just has its own little local weather system. Like, it'll be sunny once you get 20 miles east of Evanston. And then as you're rolling into Evanston from the west, it'll be cloudy. And then you get into Evanston, it's a blizzard. It's just a blizzard for like a 20-mile area around Evanston. So hopefully there's no weird, crazy stuff happening in Evanston. And once we cross into Wyoming, we'll see what the signs say. If there's any weird weather across Wyoming, they're usually going to have it on the sign. There's almost always some kind of wind advisory across Wyoming. The last several times I've gone across Wyoming, there's been wind restrictions. I can't remember the last time I drove across Wyoming and there wasn't a wind restriction. Usually, campers under 20,000 pounds are restricted to drive between Rawlins and Laramie. That's just like a really common restriction. I've never seen it enforced. I've never seen a camper pulled over, and I've seen a lot of them driving through restricted areas. So I don't think that they actually enforce the wind restrictions. I think what ends up happening is if you get into an accident, you'll get an extra ticket for driving in a restricted area. That's what I suspect happens if you ignore the restrictions. All right, let's go fishing for a soda. No more surprises. I don't have Shasta anymore. It's all Sam's Choice Cola. I stopped shopping at Sam's Club because their prices were outrageous. I think that they have a markup on online purchases. I haven't been into a Sam's Club in 30 plus years. Every time I've shopped at Sam's Club, it's been deliveries. And their online prices have just gotten crazy. To give you an example of how crazy the prices are, we'll use milk as an example. Now, prices vary across the country. So, no, these are the prices around my house in Oklahoma City. If I order grocery delivery from one of the Walmarts around my house, Sorry, we got a port of entry coming up in a couple miles. Wyoming usually has you pull in and they'll have a sign up that says, everybody park and bring in your paperwork. And they want to see your IFTA. I don't know why they can't see my IFTA sticker on the side of my truck. I don't know why they make everybody bring their paperwork inside and show them the IFTA paperwork. Like, that's the whole point of having the sticker on the outside of the truck. So you can easily see that I have IFTA on the, from the sticker on the outside of my truck. Pull in unless closed. Wyoming weigh stations are almost always open. So let's tap the brakes, turn the cruise off, and get prepared to pull in. 26 degrees outside according to my gauge. Yep, it's open. I have to go fish out my jacket. The watercraft inspection station is closed. Did those people actually get bypassed? I got bypassed at like 3 weigh stations in Oregon, and I was like, oh my goodness, Landstar must have an amazing CSA score now. But ever since I got out of Oregon, I've been pulled into every single weigh station that's open. Maintain speed, 30 miles per hour, weigh in motion. All right, they're giving me the bypass lane. So does that mean I'm not going to have to bring in my paperwork? Nope, they're making that truck go in and bring in their paperwork. Sons of bitches. They're making us bring our damn paperwork in. The sign over there said, when flashing, vehicles not needing permits can exit the weigh station, and that sign was not flashing. Why the hell they got all these parking spots blocked off? Second here. Make sure there's nobody coming before I drive across.
Continue for half a mile.
And they've got a big parking lot. All right, change on duty. Where is the inspection one? Roadside inspection. On duty roadside inspection. All right, I'm going to pause this. I'll be back in a minute after I show them my paperwork. All right, that took 7 minutes. I've been in on duty for 7 minutes. And sorry, I'm just making sure nobody's coming from my right. It is 8:50 a.m. I probably should have just taken my 30-minute break there, set for another 23 minutes, but I would prefer to take my .30-minute break closer to the end of my drive shift. So what did they want to see? They wanted to see my i-80 paperwork, my cab card, which is basically my registration, and there's that Genius Holland double hazmat, Reinhardt oil. So i-80 sticker, or not i-80 sticker, i-80 paperwork, my cab card registration paperwork. They also wanted to know what I was carrying and where it was going. And they asked me if I had my new
600 feet, merge onto I-80 East.
i-80 sticker on the truck. And I said yes.
Continue on I-80 East for 309 miles.
All right, we're rolling again. Driving through the big city of Evanston. And it looks like we're going to make it through here without any drama, which is amazing. And traffic expectation along this trip. I don't know. All right, we have one of two scenarios. Either there's going to be almost no traffic because everyone is scared of this winter storm, so there's going to be no one driving into this area. Or we're going to have a lot of people that are trying to beat the storm, and we're going to have like a lot of traffic. Everybody's running really hard trying to get ahead of the storm. I think it's more likely that there's going to be lighter traffic than normal. I think a lot of drivers are probably refusing to take loads into these bad weather areas. But we'll have to see what the parking situation is going to be like. If traffic is a lot lighter than normal, if there's a lot less trucks going down this road because of the weather, then parking in, out in the middle of nowhere should be wide open. You shouldn't have an issue finding a spot. But once you get close to cities where people live, the parking might be overrun from all of the locals just sitting at the house waiting the weather out. Iberia Express Incorporated. They're slow up, fast down. What is their flatland speed? All right, we got a sign coming up, one of the overhead signs. I don't see anything on it. Is this going to be the first time I've driven across Wyoming without anything on those signs? No watches, no warnings, no restrictions. The calm before the storm. Well, they got nothing on this sign. That's awesome. But they have several of these signs across the state, so we'll see if maybe this sign isn't working. So let's not get our hopes up too high. Wyoming beef country, Uinta County cattlewomen. All right, Iberia is pulling away from me. I like it. That's good. All right, let's do another ETA. 301 miles. That's 5 hours at a 60 mile per hour average. And it's 8:59 a.m., so we'll say 9 a.m. So that puts me there at almost exactly 2 p.m., which is 5 minutes earlier than our last estimate of 2:05 p.m. We do have the cruise set at 70, so we're probably doing better than a 60 mile per hour average, but I'm still going to do the trip plan based on a 60 mile per hour average. And here comes an Amazon Prime. ESN Transportation. Well, it's not duct taped to the side of their truck. It's a sticker that's stuck on their truck. We're just climbing and climbing and climbing. Basically, ever since we got into Wyoming, we've been going uphill. Now it's getting steep. So steep they gave us a climbing lane. Great. FedEx is going to hop out to pass Iberia. And no, okay, FedEx has slowed down. I don't want to pass these people because they go faster than me. Well, FedEx is going slower than me, but I don't want to pass Iberia because they're going faster than me. But I also don't want to sit here and slow down by 15 miles an hour to stay behind them. They go fast downhill. They can fly by me on the downhill. I'll probably end up passing them a couple more times because we got a few more steep grades that we're going to be going up and down here in the near future. I think this might, I'm not familiar with all the names. There goes Iberia passing me already. I'm doing 70 down this grade, 73, and Iberia's going by me. Iberia is going almost 80 miles an hour down this grade. Yeah, that's really smart. Really heavy truck. And you're going to 80 miles an hour down a grade. It's a genius move. Pretty sure that's over their governed speed because Iberia seems like the type of person that if they could go 80, they would. And the speed limit is 80, so if they were capable of going 80, I'm pretty sure that they would go 80. But yeah, I don't know like all the mountain pass names. Truckers have names for every little stretch of road. But one of the things I commonly hear about Wyoming is Three Sisters. I have no idea where Three Sisters are at. It might not even be on I-80. It might be on another interstate. But I know that there are like 2 or 3 fairly steep grades, mountains that you drive over that are pretty close together. Over here, not too far east of Evanston. Maybe that's what Three Sisters is. So we just went over 1. Here's number 2. We're about to start. And I think there's one more not too far from this one. So am I going to end up passing Iberia again? I'll probably end up passing them on every single one of these. But I think after these 3, there's not any significant mountain climbing until we get to Laramie. But I don't have this road memorized, so I'm not sure. Temperature's gone up. It was 23 degrees. I think it was 23 in Evanston. Now it was 32. Just dropped down to 31. Oh man, am I gonna pass Iberia right at the top again? Come on, Iberia, you can do it. All right, I'm going to try to avoid passing them because we're basically at the top. Just gonna have to slow down a little bit for Iberia. Yep, and you can see the third mountain straight ahead. We're just gonna go down this grade. And then flat land for a couple of feet. And then we start right up another steep grade. And I think that's the end of the mountain climbing, the steep mountain climbing, all the way to Laramie. Iberia is not letting it coast to 80 this time, so they're not pulling away from me as much as they did last time, which means I'm probably going to end up passing them because they're not getting much distance on me. But after this one, I think Iberia should be able to get away from me and I won't have to deal with them anymore. That bump we went over on the bridge caused the ABS light to come on. And it's not going back off. I might have to disconnect, reconnect the power cable. Or it might be a speed sensor, so maybe whenever I'm coming down the other side of the hill and I hit the brakes, maybe that'll fix it. Got somebody on the shoulder, mile and a half, 2 miles up. There's not a truck behind me for about a mile, so I'm just going to stay in the center lane until I get around that truck. Got their hood up, and they were looking in the area right in front of the driver's side, up against the firewall. I don't know, it looked like a Freightliner. I don't know what is in that area on a Freightliner. On my truck, there's a whole bunch of airline connectors. The windshield washer fluid is there. I can't think of what else is in that area, but Freightliner might have different stuff in that area. So maybe they had an air leak and they were trying to figure out what was leaking. Maybe it was their, there's a big jumbled mess of air. There's like a manifold for airlines right in that area. All right, we got two four-wheelers coming up in the center and the left lane. They're going to run me into the back of this Iberia. Oh man, somebody walking down the interstate in this cold. Wearing like a trash bag poncho. .28 degrees according to my gauge, which usually reads a little warm. Fort Bridger, TA. This is the exit. See if any trucks exit here. It's usually a pretty popular stop. Nobody exited. I used to stop there quite a lot, but I haven't stopped there in a couple of years. Their fuel prices haven't been that great, and I prefer to park in the parking area down here rather than in their parking lot. There's a really nice parking area at the next exit. I don't think it has restrooms of any kind, no porta potties or anything. I think the only thing it has there is a dumpster. All right, let me see if it's even close to me making it to the fuel stop within my 8-hour break. Let's see, I'm 278 miles away. So that is 4 hours and 38 minutes. And I have 4 hours and 20 minutes of drive time until my 8-hour break. So, yeah, I'm 18 minutes short. So I'm going to have to stop and take a 30 somewhere. Man, I should have just taken my damn 30 at the way station. I already was there for 7 minutes. Should have just stayed there for 30 minutes. Right there's the truck parking area. Over to the left. And there's a lot of people parked there. In the middle of the day, that thing is usually empty. Let's recalculate on a 70 mile per hour average. 274. Seven times 4 is 28. So with a 70 mile per hour average, I could make it to my fuel stop in 4 hours. So I'd have 17 minutes left to spare. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Never mind. I see what I did wrong. I was sitting there thinking a 5 mile per hour difference is not going to make that big. Like that's way too like what? I miscalculated this. It's because I was calculating on a 60 mile per hour average, not a 65. There goes Iberia. So yeah, a 10 mile per hour difference over 4 hours. That's 40 minutes. So I might be able to make it all the way to my fuel stop without taking a 30-minute break. And if I can do that, I won't feel so bad about not taking my 30 at the way station. All right, let me figure out my stopping point. So let's say that I am able to make it there in 4 hours. It's 9:30 right now. That means I would make it there at 1:30. Is that right? No, 9:30 to 12 is 3 to 4. Yeah, 1:30 p.m. I would make it to my fuel stop. 30-minute break. I leave at 2 p.m. and I'm going to be driving for approximately 2 hours after my fuel stop to get to my stopping point. So I should be ending my drive shift at about 4 p.m. Wow, that means I can start driving again at 2 a.m. That's going to be amazing. I could probably make it all the way to Garden City before the weather gets too bad. Because I think it's approximately an 8-hour drive to Garden City. Actually, it's going to be less than that because last time I calculated the drive to Garden City, I was calculating it from the parking area that's like 10 miles west of the 2580 junction, and I'm going to be driving like 50 miles past that, like an hour past that. So it should only be about a 7-hour drive from my stopping point to Garden City. So if I start driving at 7 a.m., I should be in Garden City by 9 a.m. And since I shaved an hour off of that, that means that it's going to give me five hours of drive time after Garden City, and it's like a 270-mile drive from Garden City to Salina, driving back up to I-70, up to Oakley. It's like 60 miles shorter if I take dirt roads. I'm exaggerating on dirt roads, shoulderless state roads. So I might be able to drive all the way to Salina after the Garden City delivery, which would be, that'd be like 4.5 hours. So yeah. Now this is all just going to depend on when exactly the storm comes in. I would love to make it all the way to Salina in the next drive shift. That would be absolutely amazing. But probably not going to happen. Even if the roads are drivable, if there's winter weather, I'm going to be driving so slow that I'm not going to be able to make it that far. All of the winter weather, at least to Salina, is supposed to be done with Saturday night, early Sunday morning. So I'll just drive as far into Kansas as I can in the next drive shift until I hit winter weather. And then I will park it until Sunday. And then Sunday, after the weather ends, and give the road crews a couple of hours to clear the roads, then I will go do whatever deliveries I wasn't able to do, the Garden City and the Salina Menards. And I can't do any of my other deliveries until Monday morning. So I'll just do what those two deliveries on Sunday, and then camp out at the Lowe's in Salina until they open up at 7 a.m. Monday morning. Yeah, man, I really, really, really hope the storm goes a little bit further south. It would be really nice if it goes a lot further south. But even if it just goes a little bit further south than it's projected, that could help me out a lot. Because a lot of my deliveries are on the northern edge of the storm. I'll just have to, keep following the weather, checking it out. Keep topping off fuel. So let me think about fuel. Okay, so the big concern with fuel and death. Okay, so let's talk about this. Fuel and death. If there are widespread power outages, fuel may not be available. Even if TA Petro has generators to keep their cash registers running and their fuel pumps running, they're not going to be able to process your fuel card on a widespread power outage. Like if there's a large power outage, they're not going to have internet. They're not going to be able to process fuel cards. So maybe if they have a generator, you might possibly be able to purchase fuel with cash. If you ballers are carrying around hundreds of dollars of cash on you. So that's one issue that we might encounter if this is the historic apocalyptic storm that people are saying it's going to be. A lot of people are saying it's going to be massive power outages across multiple states that could last for 30 days or more. Like there's some pretty outlandish things being predicted. But if that happens, if power is out to like the entire state of Kansas, you're not going to be able to get fuel anywhere. And if we're dealing with temperatures, even if there, let's say there is no power outage, you're not going to be able to get death anywhere. because DEF freezes below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. All of the DEF pumps are going to be frozen. In temperatures of 30 degrees below freezing, all of the DEF pumps are going to be frozen. You're going to have to buy DEF by the box, which is like 3 to 4 times more expensive than DEF at the pump. So top off DEF. Whenever I fuel up in Laramie, I'm going to top off DEF. I'm almost completely full on DEF right now because I always top off DEF. Every time I get fuel, almost, I top off DEF. But especially in the winter, because you can go through long stretches of DEF not being available due to frozen pumps. So with the DEF I have right now, I can make it all the way to the house without buying any more DEF. I'm good to go on DEF. I'm going to top off fuel in Laramie. I'm also going to continue to top off DEF. But topping off fuel in Laramie, I'm going to have, okay, from Staten, Oregon to Laramie is how many miles? Let me think here. I want to say it's 1,600 miles to my first stop in Garden City. And Garden City is about 500 miles from Laramie. I think I'm going to have approximately 1,200 miles to drive after Laramie. Because the total trip, actually it's not 2,400 miles, it's closer to 2,500 miles total trip. It might be 2,600 miles. I think it's 2,586 miles. Was that the mileage on the freight bill, 2,586? We'll say 2,600 miles. So I'm going to have about 1,400 miles to drive, approximately, ballpark, after Laramie. 1,400 miles. And I'm going to need to drive another 100 miles to get to the house from Tulsa. So that's 1,500 miles. And I estimate my fuel usage at 6 miles per gallon. I have two 100-gallon tanks, so 200 gallons of fuel. So I can drive about 1,200 miles on a tank. So I'm going to need a minimum, after I fuel up at Laramie, I'm going to need at least 300 more miles of fuel. Wait a second. So, yeah, 1,500 minus 1,200. So, yeah, 300 more miles of fuel. So that's 50 gallons. I'm going to need an absolute minimum of 50 gallons more fuel to make it to the house. After Laramie. Most likely what I will do is I will top off fuel in Kansas City. I'll double check fuel prices and figure out what I'm going to do. But I should be probably around a quarter of a tank of fuel around the time I'm in the Kansas City area. So I'm not going to be able to drive much further than Kansas City. There's basically no TA Petros once I make it past. There's a TA out in the middle of nowhere on I-35 in between Kansas City and Wichita. I can't remember the name of the town it's in. But that's the last TA on my route, the last TA Petro, until I get to Oklahoma City. There are no TA Petros in the Wichita area, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there are any TA Petros in Tulsa. And I can't even make it all the way to Tulsa without getting fuel. So yeah, I'll have to fuel up somewhere around Kansas City. I might be able to make it all the way to that TA that's out in the middle of nowhere in between Kansas City and Wichita. But I'll top off fuel, probably in Kansas City. I'll top off fuel. And from Kansas City, I would have... How much more driving is there from Kansas City? There's quite a bit of driving. Like just driving straight from Kansas City to Oklahoma City, I want to say it's like 300, somewhere between 300 and 350 miles. But I'm not going to be driving directly there. I'm going to be driving an extra 200 miles going out to Tulsa and back. So it's probably going to be somewhere around 500 to 600 more miles I'm going to be putting on the truck after Kansas City, which would put me around a half a tank whenever I arrive in Oklahoma City if I top off in Kansas City. All right, let's turn the heater up a little bit to get a little cool in here. "21 degrees outside, according to my gauge, which last time I checked, it was reading 4 degrees hot. It was actually 4 degrees colder than my temperature gauge. So it looks like we're probably hitting the edge of the Arctic blast area. So we might see the temperature drop dramatically. Over the next few hours as we drive into the Arctic blast area. Up to this point, I don't think we've been in that Arctic blast. I think it's just been normal cold weather. It's been fairly normal temperatures for these areas for this time of year. But yeah, we just had a fairly significant temperature drops, so maybe we're driving into the Arctic blast. Maybe, I don't know. I've seen people put like cardboard boxes on their air intake at the front of the truck in the winter to like block cold air from getting into the engine compartment. And I've never understood why people do that. Is there something broken on their truck whenever they're doing that? Because even in, like, the coldest temperatures I've ever been in was an Arctic blast a couple of years ago, and I took a load up to North Dakota during that Arctic blast. And it was negative 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Almost 60 degrees below freezing in North Dakota. That was not wind chill, that was actual air temperature. The wind chill was probably 50, 60 below zero. So negative 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Even in those temperatures, my truck was still maintaining its normal temperature that it's always at. And my heater worked perfectly fine. So my temperature that my truck maintains is around 170 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays really close to that. Don't come over that close. Just a second. Distracted driver. Whenever he drove past me, he was like picking stuff up and setting it down. He was like rearranging stuff in the center area of his truck. Just driving around. He's swerving all over the road. He's over on the shoulder. He forgets to turn his turn signal off. Like, how can you drive down the road not paying attention to what you're doing? That's just a complete lack of respect for how dangerous vehicles are. And it's a complete lack of respect for all of the people around you that you're endangering. Now he's over in the left lane. You can't wait until you stop to clean up your mess or whatever the hell is going on. Did your trash bag fall over? You're trying to pick up all your trash. Now he's over on the shoulder again. Back, oh my goodness, way over on the shoulder. Hopefully he gets really far away from me to the point where if he rolls his truck, I can see it happen from like 5 miles away and avoid the accident instead of him rolling it in front of me and me getting caught up in the accident. But yeah, I've always been curious, like why people put those boxes on their intake. Is there a mechanical issue with their engine that it's not able to like stay warm, or is is it like, does it provide like more engine efficiency or something? Like what is the purpose behind it? Is it like fixing a malfunction, or does it make the engine perform better in the winter? Like what is the purpose behind blocking the intake in the winter? Because I have never had an issue with the engine temperature. It always, I don't care if it's negative 27 Fahrenheit or if it's 120 degrees outside. The engine is basically always around the same temperature. The only thing that really changes the engine temperature is whether or not I'm running the heater or the air conditioner. If I'm not running anything, or if I'm running the heater, then the engine temperature will set up at about 170. But if I turn the air conditioner on and I set it over to cold air, it'll drop the engine temperature down closer to 150. It'll kick the fan on and try to get the engine temperature down around 150. All right, let's recalculate ETA. Best restrooms for 300 miles, Little America. I have tried to stop at Little America, like make that my stopping point on trips before, but it's never worked out where that was a good place to stop, like a good stopping point. But they have all of these signs all over the place talking about how trucker friendly they are and all the trucker amenities and dollar ice cream cones and all that stuff. Would like to swing in there one of these days. All right, ETA, 238 miles at 70 mile per hour average. That's 3 hours and about 28 minutes. And I have 3 hours and 46 minutes left on my clock. So I have like 18 minutes. Let's do a 60 mile per hour average. Should take almost exactly 4 hours. Just 3 minutes under 4 hours. So 3 hours and 57 minutes. So 12 minutes. I'm going to be 12 minutes short of making it to the fuel stop with a 60 mile per hour average. And with just a 65 mile per hour average, that'll save me 5 minutes per hour. Over 4 hours, that'll save me 20 minutes. So that 12 minutes short will come out to where I have 8 extra minutes. So it's looking really promising that I'm going to be able to make it all the way to the fuel stop, as long as we don't hit any delays. And I haven't seen any signs indicating any kind of anything happening across Wyoming. It's just like really awesome, wide open road, nothing going on. I remember this Amazon Prime trailer because it had the mismatched doors. I can't remember if I passed it earlier or if it passed me earlier. I think I passed it earlier, and maybe it drove past the scales and it didn't stop at the scales. Who knows? I don't know. I remember being behind this Amazon Prime trailer before. I can't remember what happened. But I am slowly catching up with it. Going like a half a mile an hour faster than Amazon Prime. So whenever I get close to it, I'll speed up to 75 and get around it. Oh, now we've got Amazon Prime passing Prime Incorporated. And I've got another truck coming up on me really fast. I'm going to let them get around me before I get out and pass these two. All right, the truck behind me just went out into the left lane. They just got to the back of my trailer. Right, they're alongside me right now. There's a four-wheeler flying up here. I'm going to go ahead and put my signal on. Let that four-wheeler know that I'm moving over. And we're going to go ahead and speed up to 75 and get around Prime and Amazon Prime. And this four-wheeler behind me is mad. He's in a pickup, and he's used to being able to tailgate people and intimidate them and get them to move over. My truck's bigger, dumbass. You don't intimidate me. So he's back there riding my ass, moving over onto the left shoulder. Ooh, buddy, this truck almost slapped Amazon Prime. Lulu Transport. This jackass in the pickup. Big and tough in his little bitty pickup. Oh, by the way, the ABS light went out at some point. I didn't notice exactly when it went out, but that error cleared. Amazon Prime must be really heavy because they are way behind me now. We're going up a little hill. Big line of trucks. I don't want to pass these people. These people just passed me. All right, tapping my brakes and slowing down. They're not going too terribly slow, and we just reached the top of the hill, or we're getting close to it. If they were going like 45 miles an hour, I would have flown by them, but they're doing 60. And I was doing about 65, so I just dropped 5 miles an hour, and we'll just hang out behind them. All right, now we're back up to 70. Looks like we might be getting into some fog. I'd like to see a sign that tells me how far it is to Rawlins. You know what? I think it's 120-ish miles between Laramie and Rawlins, so it should be about 100 miles to Rawlins from here. Green River 6 miles, Rock Springs 21 miles. Loves and Carl's Jr., exit 85. Carl's Jr. does sound really good. Their guacamole bacon burger. Oh my goodness. Wow. Somebody decided to go to Love's at the last second. Drive across the median. "19 degrees, according to my gauge." Why am I interested in where Rollins is at? Because in between Rollins and Laramie is a notoriously bad weather area. There's usually really high wind in between those areas. There's often restrictions on what vehicles can drive through that area because the winds are so high. Sorry, I bumped the mic. I was trying to drink the last of my soda, and I guess I didn't have it lined up correctly with my mouth, and some of it came out the side, ran down my face. There's nobody behind me as far as I can see. It is snowing. And we have a small amount of snow accumulation on the road. 19 degrees Fahrenheit. let's turn off the cruise control, turn off the engine brakes. And this is what I'm talking about with localized weather in Wyoming. You have these high elevations and these valleys and all this stuff, and there's not supposed to be any precipitation until this evening. Across Wyoming. So hopefully this crap doesn't last for very long. All right, the speed limit, they have variable speed limit through this section of road where they have signs that they can like remotely change the speed limits. So they dropped the speed limit to 65 through the tunnel section, and now they took the speed limit back up to 75. That's a good sign that road conditions are going to improve. I don't see any more snow accumulating on the road. The road looks wet. Now, Rawlins, 119 miles. I am not an expert. 18 degrees, just dropped down to 18. I'm not an expert, but from my understanding, what I've heard, the treatment that they put on the roads is only effective down to 15 degrees Fahrenheit. If it gets below 15 degrees Fahrenheit, they cannot put treatment on the road. The treatment will just freeze. So that's one of the issues that we're going to run into. Like, we're getting really close to 15 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It looks like they have the roads treated and the roads are melting off. But as we get into this Arctic blast and we start hitting temperatures that are like 0 degrees Fahrenheit, they're only going to be able to plow the roads. They're not going to be able to completely remove all the snow and ice with treatment. Because normally what they do is whenever it stops snowing, they plow the roads to get rid of the majority of the snow and ice, and then they treat the roads to melt off the remaining. They can't do that when it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The treatment doesn't work. Unless there's some new treatment I'm unaware of. Man, I was hoping this whole drive shift was going to be uneventful. We have still got a long way to drive across Wyoming, and we're already hitting snow. 215 miles to our fuel stop. Got like 3.5 hours just to get to my damn fuel stop. And then I've still got like a 50-mile drive driving down the mountain down to Cheyenne. Oh wow, the side roads are completely snow covered. and traffic is thick. $18 degrees. And it is just a really, really, really light dusting of snow. If it were snowing hard right now, this road would be shut down. I wish I knew how long this snow lasted. All right, a lot of people exited right there. All right, snow is starting to accumulate on the road again. And it's hard for me to build spacing because the traffic in front of me is slowing down. And then the cars behind me that are going really fast, once they're catching up with me, they're slowing down and just like traveling along with me. So how slick are the roads right now? I would say that the roads are the equivalent slickness of wet roads. We just had a light rain. What in the hell is going on? That car hauler just gave up on passing US Express. Why did they do that? Are they going to take this exit? That car hauler's been driving like a bat out of hell. They passed me a couple of times because they're slow uphill. Great. Slow moving four-wheelers in the right lane. Still 18 degrees Fahrenheit. So what sucks about this snow hitting it this early? Oh, now the van decides it wants to go really fast. It doesn't want to get passed by me. I hate four-wheelers that do this crap. Driving really slow, and then I try to get around it and it speeds up. It's just blocking me from passing it. It's just hanging me out here in this left lane. Now it's going slow again. Some woman talking on a phone. These three vehicles are all probably traveling together, would be my guess. They're probably all talking on the phone together. Still 18 degrees. All right, I'm going to dip in behind this flatbed for a minute. There's a pickup passing. All right, the road's clearing up. The Weekend Warrior pack that I just passed is sped up. And now let's go for the pass around this flatbed. We're starting to go uphill again, and they're slowing down. I would like to see one of those overhead signs to see if there's any kind of warnings. I haven't noticed any of them. If there's been any, they haven't been on. The only one I remember seeing was that very first one back around Evanston. Snow is letting up. And all we really have on the road is just blowing snow. 19 degrees. Yay, we've gone up a degree. Road closed and 1 mile when flashing. 'Tis not flashing. I think Rawlins is going to be about around mile marker 200. We just passed 110. And that's where the really bad section of road starts. But yeah, I'm not sure if I finished my thought. The thing that's concerning me about this snow is that the snow was, if I remember correctly, it was supposed to start from the southeast part of the state and then come across the state. And we're hitting it way out on the western side of the state. That's getting me a little concerned that it could be maybe it's snowing for hours over on the eastern part of the state. Is this? No, this is a different van. I was about to say, is this that woman in the van that was blocking me from passing? Nope, that's like, those are cops or something. That's like a prison escort van. There was 2 people in the front, and they were both wearing what looked like police uniforms. All right, let's find a soda. Saya and FedEx out here racing. You can see how, with FedEx in front of me blowing the snow out of the way, you can see how dry the roads are. There's just blowing snow sitting on the road. So the road conditions are actually pretty awesome. Considering that we're driving across Wyoming and it's snowing, the road conditions are awesome. All right, 195 miles at a 60 mile per hour average. That's 3 hours and 15 minutes. I have 3 hours and 8 minutes of drive time left. So now I'm only 7 minutes short. Last time we checked, I was 12 minutes short. So we're as well. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we are driving in some bad weather. As long as we don't hit any delays at all, we'll make it to the fuel stop, and I can take my 30 at the fuel island like the rest of you. I thought that over on the right was one of these graveyards, one of these vehicle graveyards. You see them up and down I-80 in Wyoming. You can see some vehicle graveyards from the road where there will be like a whole bunch of crashed trucks parked in a field or in a parking lot somewhere. This type of weather event, this is the type of situation where a lot of drivers quit trucking, or they get into accidents and like get terminated and can't find another job. Oh, the box truck in front of me just went off onto the shoulder. That is really... Oh, and there's somebody parked on the shoulder. Great. There's a four-wheeler about 500 feet behind me that's not too thrilled about me moving over. It's dangerous to drift off onto the shoulder at any time, but especially in snowy weather like this, snow is much more likely to accumulate on the shoulder than on the roadway. So going off onto the roadway, onto the shoulder becomes much more dangerous in snowy weather. $18 degrees. So say we all. I'm going to feel a lot better once we get out of this snow. I'm just afraid that at any moment it could start dumping. Or I could come around a corner and it's just, the road is covered in snow. This weather is not supposed to start until late this evening. I was lied to by the weatherman again. But back on the treatment and the 15 degrees, because it's going to stay. I'm not sure if I already said this. If I already said this, I apologize for repeating myself. Even after the storm stops, it's supposed to be like 0-degree temperatures for 3 or 4 days after the storm. So the roads are going to be snow and ice covered probably until like Wednesday. There goes the box truck on the shoulder again. Fatigued, distracted, inebriated, no idea. There they go onto the shoulder again. Looks like it's snowing up ahead. So a good sign is that the vehicles coming from the other direction are not covered in snow. You know, look over at the vehicles coming from the other direction. Do they have snow, caked around their windshield? Do they have snow accumulation anywhere on their vehicles? I'm not seeing a single vehicle with any snow accumulation anywhere, which means it's not snowing hard in the direction that I'm going. Oh my goodness, back onto the shoulder. Still 18 degrees Fahrenheit. It could be colder than that. Most likely it is colder than that. I have not heard the belt tensioner make any weird noises in hours. It's been a long time. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, because mechanical things don't just magically get fixed whenever they have issues. All right, this box truck is going like half a mile per hour slower than me, and they've been swerving all over the road. So I'm going to speed up to 75, get around them. Maybe not quite 75. We're doing 72. Variable speed limit next 18 miles. That means we are driving into an area that is known to have bad weather. Oh, I've stopped there before. At that Conoco, good little truck parking area. I think I stopped there on the way out when I was on this last load that I took to Washington. Speed limit 80, that's the max the speed limit goes, so Wyoming DOT is confident that the road conditions are awesome. $17. Yeah, I need to hurry up and get across Wyoming. I am looking forward to getting down the mountain on the other side of Laramie. I'm looking forward to getting down to Cheyenne elevation. I'm actually looking forward to getting down to Fort Collins elevation. Because I think tonight we're going to have some chain requirements and some road closures in Wyoming. All right, things are clearing up a little bit. Got a little bit of sun peeking through the clouds. What the hell is that sticking out the side of KLLM's truck? Is that one of those mirrors that looks straight down? That's over top of the driver's side window? Looks like it. It's sticking way the hell out there. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. It did not look like it had a mirror on it. Maybe it's some kind of satellite or something. They have one on each side of the truck. Maybe it's some type of LiDAR radar detection system. Or maybe it is a mirror. I wasn't able to get a good look at it. Speed limit still 80 in the variable speed zone. Roads are in great condition. All right. I think we're about 70 miles away from Rawlins. 60 or 70 miles. I had to guess. Still 80-mile-per-hour speed limit. And crap is collecting on the windshield. All right, the roads got really dry now. I don't think it's been snowing over. Actually, yeah, there is a little bit of snow. A tiny amount over on the shoulders. So it looks like this area hasn't gotten very much snow. So it looks like we're getting out of the area that is snowed in. And hopefully, no more snow. All right, let's do an update. 170 miles. So that's 2 hours and 50 minutes. And I have 2 hours and 46 minutes left on my drive clock. So now we're down to 4 minutes difference. I'm only short 4 minutes with a 60 mile per hour average. We're going to make it. Oh no. I think that's the box truck that was swerving all over the place. It's flying up on me. I got down to 55 miles an hour going up that hill. That box truck, I think it's the one that I passed earlier that was kept driving on the shoulder. It's about a quarter mile behind me now. But we're back up to 70. Still 80 mile per hour speed limit. Rest area in 1 mile. Next rest area 124 miles. All right, sign says 70 miles to Rawlins, 219 to Cheyenne. 219 to Cheyenne, that means Cheyenne is 19 plus 33. Is that 19 plus 33? Is that 51 miles? There's a lip grabbing my steer tire. So I think it's 52 miles. So Cheyenne is 52 miles from my fuel stop in Laramie, which is approximately how far I thought it was. I thought it was about 50 miles between Laramie and Cheyenne. and it's about 100 miles in between Rawlins and Laramie. Yeah, you almost clipped me, Amazon. Came into my lane just as they were finishing the pass. You know, you wouldn't do that if you checked your mirrors more often. You'd build muscle memory, and you wouldn't drive over in the lane whenever you looked in your mirror. All right, we're out of the variable speed limit area. This is the most critical part of the drive, is this drive shift, really. The next drive shift is going to be kind of a big deal. Trying to make it to Kansas. But really, I don't have to make it all the way to Garden City or Salina in the next drive shift. I can do all that stuff on Sunday. If I can just make it through Denver and out into eastern Colorado, western Kansas, that would be sufficient for my next drive shift. Obviously, I'd like to do more than that, but and if I need to push all the deliveries by a day or 2 or 3, I'm not going to feel bad about that at all. I think everyone would be understandable if I were like, hey, I'm going to need to park the truck for a couple of days because of this winter storm. I might not even have an option on that. I might be forced to do that because it is highly likely that Kansas is going to shut down I-70. It's almost guaranteed that Kansas is going to shut down I-70. That's just what Kansas does. And I haven't been passed by anybody in a while, any trucks at least. And now I have a whole pack of them. The road conditions improved, the snow stopped. And now all the super truckers are out ready to super truck again. IMF Express LLC waved at me as they drove by. I never wave at people when I'm passing them or they're passing me. There's too much stuff to be paying attention to. I don't want to be wasting my time looking at the other driver. What I'm looking at is like the two vehicles, and I'm watching for you coming into my lane and stuff like that. But I appreciate the wave, driver. Oh, cattle hauler. And they've got some kind of slats covering up all their air holes. Winterized cattle hauler. I couldn't imagine hauling cattle in these temperatures with those trailers as open as they are. I mean, the wind chill's got to be crazy. Like, basically, you have like probably, I mean, if you're cruising down the road at 70, you're not going to have 70 mile per hour wind through the trailer, but you're probably going to have like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds through the trailer. That would be really, really cold in that trailer. All right, got one more truck after this one. Calm down, buddy. He is eyeballing the hell out of me right now, looking to see if he's got room to move over. You got time. Just give it a minute. He just keeps looking over. Just checking the mirror, checking the mirror, checking the mirror. I'm surprised he waited that long to move over. Usually whenever you have somebody that's checking the mirror like that, they move over way too early. They're just impatient. They're just like looking for, a couple of feet room to move over. Oh, man. I have a really bad crack in the road that's grabbing my steer tire. I'm going to have to drive over on the right because I've got another truck passing me. Got to get out of that rut. All right, that's the last one out of this pack. Next truck is about a half mile back. Half to 3/4. Surprised I'm getting passed by this many trucks doing 70. Lots of trucks out here running 75. All right, let's do another ETA. 153 miles, 2 hours and 33 minutes, and I have 2 hours and 32 minutes of drive time. So we have almost hit the point. We're 1 minute shy of being able to make it to the fuel stop with a 60 mile per hour average. Let's say that we don't have any delays at all and we're able to go 70 the rest of the way there. 70 mile per hour average, which is what I have my cruise set at, is 70, in case you forgot. So 70 would be 2 hours and 11 minutes about, and I have 2 hours and 31 minutes, so I would have 20 spare minutes whenever I got there. Continental Divide, elevation 6,930 feet. So we're at almost 7,000 feet. 2,000 feet higher than Denver. All right, that truck is already caught up with me, and they're just about to pass. There they go. And they're hauling some butt to catch up with me that quick. I think they're going close to 80. VIP Express LLC. See, that truck has the mirrors that allow you to look straight down. And that looks different than what KLLM had. KLLM had these massive things on both sides of the truck that did not look like those mirrors. I would be willing to bet that there's some kind of automated, like, driver safety system, some type of monitoring mechanic, some type of LiDAR, radar type thing. You know what they might be? Cameras. They might be rear-facing cameras. It is weird to drive through Wyoming in the winter and there not be any snow. Absolutely zero snow on the ground anywhere that I can see. 16 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, it just bounced up to 17. Now back down to 16. So it might be like 12 degrees outside. This thing was reading 4 degrees hot earlier. Oversized. Some kind of big tank. You'd think that some of these things would probably be cheaper to just build on site. Oh, the roads are so nice now. We had a little bit of a scare back there. Was that Green River, Wyoming? Was the rough area where we were dealing with all that snow? And I think it was in the Green River, Wyoming area. I thought the drive today was going to be completely uneventful. Hopefully, back there at Green River, that's all the excitement we're going to get today. But I am getting a little bit excited, a little bit stressed out as we get closer and closer to Rawlins. Rawlins to Laramie is a notoriously bad section of road. And if we're hitting this kind of stuff out here, very concerning for that section of road. "46 miles to Rawlins, 144 miles to Laramie." So 98 miles apart. So I talked earlier, I've forgotten everything I've said in this video and in the last video. So I'll briefly mention two of my concerns that I think I talked about earlier. And now I have a new concern that I just thought of. So one concern was road closures or roads being impassable, just bad roads. Number two concern is docks being full of snow and ice, and I can't deliver because I can't get in and out of the dock. So those are two of the concerns I talked about earlier. A new concern that I just thought of are people not showing up for work or businesses just flat out closing. We could have stores that I'm delivering to, Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards, that the shipping and receiving people didn't show up for work.
There's construction ahead.
So I can't deliver because they're not there. Or they just decided to shut the whole store down because so many people didn't show up for work. Or they just preemptively told everybody not to show up for work because of how bad the road conditions would be. You know, we don't want people trying to drive in this crap. So it's not just me that may delay the deliveries because I don't feel comfortable driving on the roads. Kansas DOT might close the roads down, causing delays. Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards might not get their dock area cleared so that I can make the deliveries. And people might not show up for work. Where I would be most concerned with people not showing up for work would be around major metropolitan areas. The stores out in the middle of nowhere, I'm pretty sure that those people are going to do everything they can to show up for work. You have different types of people generally working at these places, depending on the area. Like in small towns, it's, a really good job. So you typically have people working there for longer periods of time. You have, older people working there, more professional people. And then you get into like urban areas and you have kids working at these places. Because, it doesn't pay very well for the area. There are a lot of other options. So I would suspect people not showing up for work would be much more likely around Kansas City than any of the other places. Kansas City and maybe Tulsa. But by the time I get to Tulsa, it shouldn't be an issue. The roads should be cleared by the time I get to Tulsa. For the most part. But it's not supposed to get above like 15 degrees Fahrenheit until like Wednesday or Thursday of next week. And I am supposed to be done with my deliveries by Wednesday. So if it is like I don't know, I've seen so many predictions. If it's as bad as some of the bad predictions, then the side roads could still be impassable on Monday. And let's talk about some of the more apocalyptic scenarios people are predicting with this storm. Some people are predicting like extremely large-scale, long-term power outages. Now, I don't know how likely that is to happen. Those could be ridiculous predictions for all I know. But let's theorize on what could possibly happen if we have a multi-state power outage for a long period of time. So I think I talked about this earlier. Back in, I think it was 2007 in Oklahoma, we had a major ice storm. It might have been 2008, 2009. I can't remember exactly when. We had a major ice storm that caused power outages across the state. There were actually electrical crews from several states across the country that came into Oklahoma to help get the power grid back up. And it caused a lot of issues. But it, as bad as that ice storm was, as bad as that power outage was, there was just sporadic power outages. It was not like the entire state without power. The area that I was in, we were without power for, I think, 2 days. I knew people that were without power for about a month. But the guy that I know of that was without power for a month, that lived in, like, he lived in Midwest City, which is the east side of Oklahoma City. He had neighbors, like the people across the street from him had power. So it wasn't even his entire neighborhood that didn't have power. It was just like one section of his neighborhood didn't have power for like a month. What if we had like an entire state without power? What if we had 3 or 4 states, entire states without power? Well, in that situation that happened in Oklahoma in like 2007, 2008, it didn't cause large-scale disruption because you could still get fuel, you could still get food, you could still get pretty much everything. There were just some small sections of town that were without power. And it was mostly residentials. They prioritized getting power back to businesses, especially critical businesses like food, fuel, medical, law enforcement, stuff like that. All of that kind of stuff was priority. So the last on the list to get the power restored was residentials. And they prioritized residentials based on how many people were affected. So the reason my buddy was without power for a month, because there was only like, I think it was around like 12 houses on his block that didn't have power. So they were restoring neighborhoods of like hundreds of people without power before they got to him. But what if these apocalyptic scenarios play out that they're predicting, where we have entire states without power for 30 days? So what are some areas that are supposed to get really, really, really bad ice? Oklahoma, Arkansas. I don't know. I can't remember the ice predictions. I think Tennessee, the Carolinas. But let's say that just Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Oklahoma and Arkansas, both states were completely without power. And then you had surrounding states like Texas and Kansas that were dealing with a lot of their own infrastructure issues. They had, a lot of power outages and a lot of, road issues and stuff like that. But let's just say it's only Oklahoma and Arkansas without power. Completely without power, both states, for 30 days. What would happen? Well, you would have a lot of people freeze to death. You might be sitting there thinking, well, how in the world would somebody freeze to death? Like, you can sit inside your house, you can put clothes on, you can wrap up in a blanket. Yeah, it's unlikely that like a normal, healthy person would freeze to death as long as they had some resources available to them. But young people, like really young people and really old people and people with medical conditions, are much more vulnerable, and they can easily die of hypothermia. With an Arctic blast where temperatures are like 0 degrees Fahrenheit, no power, you would have a lot of people freezing to death. What else would you have happen? Grocery stores would very quickly run out of food. You would not be able to get fuel. With the entire state being without power, even if they had a generator to pump the fuel out, you wouldn't be able to pay for fuel. Almost no one carries cash. And you can't process transactions. And a lot of stores will not even do cash transactions if they can't do it on their computer, because they can't track the transactions. A long time ago, decades ago, when the power went out, you could just do cash transactions and it wasn't a big deal. But now everybody has gone so digital and database and all the bookkeeping and everything. Nobody wants to do cash transactions. A lot of places will refuse cash transactions when the power goes out. So even if you have cash, a lot of places will refuse. So most likely what would happen is you'd have all of the convenience stores, all the fuel stations, close very quickly. They would just shut down. Grocery stores shut down. You wouldn't have any form of communication. You wouldn't have a cell signal. You wouldn't be able to talk to people on your phone. You wouldn't be able to access the internet. You wouldn't even be able to pick up a radio signal, most likely. Radio signals work up to maybe 100, maybe 150 miles. So if you're in some place like Oklahoma City, you're not picking up a radio signal anywhere. So pretty much all communication would cease. There might be some radio stations that run off generators. Emergency broadcasting type stuff might run off generators. So you might have some communication over the radio. But without fuel, people would very quickly run out of fuel in their cars. They wouldn't be able to drive anywhere. And a lot of people don't keep their fuel tanks topped off, especially poor people. Us poor people, you go down to the convenience store where poor people fuel up and look at how much they're paying for fuel. What you'll notice is that they are getting amounts of fuel that are exact prices, like $5 worth of fuel, $10 worth of fuel. They're not putting in like $56.38 worth of fuel, which is, they're filling up their tank. They're getting like a dollar amount worth of fuel. And it's usually a low dollar amount. They can only afford to put like $10 worth of fuel in. So a lot of people don't have very much fuel in their vehicles. And with fuel not being available, they'll quickly run out. And with the roads being nearly impassable, that's also going to keep people from being able to move around. So people are basically going to be stuck where they're at with impassable roads, and a lack of fuel. What about emergency services? What about the snow plows, all that stuff? Okay, well, how does John get to work to run the snow plow? If he can't get fuel for his personal vehicle, how's he getting back and forth to work? If they can't get fuel for the snow plows, how are they going to plow the roads? It would not take long for everything to just kind of start falling apart. Law enforcement, there would be no law enforcement. Like, one of the things that commonly happens whenever we have major weather events in Oklahoma is they will tell you on the news, they will tell you that emergency services will not be responding during this storm. If you call for medical services, it is unlikely they're going to be able to show up in this storm. If you call for law enforcement, it is unlikely they're going to be able to show up. They tell you that kind of stuff whenever we have major weather events in Oklahoma. It's that emergency services are not able to respond. They're only responding to like major issues. If you get into an accident, they're not going to try to show up unless somebody is like seriously injured or dead. But if we have large-scale, long-term power outage, law enforcement, emergency services, all of that will basically stop responding to everything very quickly. I don't even think their phone systems would work. Like, how are you going to call them if you don't have a cell signal? Even if they have generators for their like 911 call center, They might not have phone lines that are running, that are, working. Or maybe only landlines will work. All the cell towers will be out. So only landline. Who in the hell has a landline phone these days? Even people who think they have landline phones, almost all of those landline phones are voice over IP. They're still networked phones. So yeah, it could become quite apocalyptic very quickly. And desperate people do desperate things. You take away all communication from someone, take away electricity, take away fuel, take away food. People will start breaking into places, looking for food. A lot of people don't have large stores of food at their house. And people who have food storage don't have as much as they think they do. You talk to somebody, it's like, yeah, do you have, food storage? Oh, yeah, I've got a whole pantry full of stuff. I've got like 30 or 40 cans of food. It's like, oh, really? Okay, what kind of canned food do you have? It's like, oh, I got all these Campbell's soups, and I got these pork and beans, and I got this, and I got that. How many calories are in each of those cans? Campbell's soup, like, it depends on the soup. Like, if it's one of those thick and chunky soups, it might have 300 or 400 calories in a can. If it's like chicken noodle soup, that might be like 100 calories. So how many calories do you need in a day to maintain your body weight? Well, it depends on a lot of factors, but the average person needs about 2,000 calories. If you're in a survival situation where it's like really cold outside, if you're really cold and your body is trying to stay warm, you're going to burn a lot more calories. So 3,000 calories a day in a survival situation is probably really, really normal calorie burn. 3,000 calories a day. So how many of those cans of chicken noodle soup would you need to eat in a day for 3,000 calories? If they're only like 100 calories per can, because they're mainly just water. You'd need to eat 30 cans of that crap per day, per person, to get 3,000 calories. I don't know for sure if Campbell's soup is 100 calories a can. It's really low calories. What about pork and beans? I think pork and beans are around 300 or 400 calories per can. Let's say it's 400 calories per can. 3,000 calories, you need a little over 7 cans per person per day. It's like 7.5 cans. So those 30, 40 cans of food that you have, you can go through all of that in like 2 days, maybe 3 days. And people don't realize how long they can go without eating. The average person can easily go weeks without eating before they even get close to starving. someone that has like a normal amount of body fat, someone that's in like a really healthy person, just like a normal sized person with normal body fat, it would probably take them like 2 months of eating nothing before they starve to death. But people don't know these things. And they're going to get really hungry. And even though they're not starving, they're going to be hungry. And they're going to get really desperate. Like, I know someone that freaks out if he doesn't eat. Like, if he goes like more than 8 hours without eating, he thinks he's going to starve to death. And he'll start freaking out. I remember him bragging to me one time about doing an 8-hour water fast. I was like, what? What? An 8-hour water fast? What did you do? Sleep? When I said that, I think he realized how ridiculous an 8-hour water fast was. I think it clicked in his head, and he kind of dropped the subject. But yeah, those are the kind of people that are out there. People are going to start doing desperate things. That's what desperate people do. Whether they're actually desperate or not. If they think they're desperate, they're going to act desperate. Oh my goodness. How did I get right on the ass of this flatbed, yet they're going the exact same speed as me? How did this happen? I don't like driving this close to people. How did I miracle myself up to this person? Excuse me. I'm going to do another ETA here in a second. Just waiting on this truck to get around me. I just edged a couple of feet closer to this flatbed. All right, I'm 109 miles away. That is 1 hour and 49 minutes, and I have 1 hour and 54 minutes. So I have 5 spare minutes with a 60 mile per hour average. Yay! What about a 70 mile per hour average? That's more difficult for me to calculate. So that'll be 39 hours. I think it'd be like an hour and 34 minutes. So I would have almost 20 minutes left to spare. Yeah, I would have right at 20 minutes left to spare. Which I think that's been fairly consistent throughout this drive, is on a 70 mile per hour average. A long time ago, I was going to have like 20 minutes to spare. So I've been maintaining a 70 mile per hour average for a couple of hours. And it's been staying at a consistent 20 minutes of spare time. I'm going to wait a little bit to let that truck in front that just passed get some distance. And then I'm going to speed up to 75 and get around this container. All right, we're about to start going up the hill. I'm going to go ahead and speed up a little bit. Oh wow, this container is not dropping any speed going up the hill. It's starting to pull away from me because I am dropping speed. Well, this is no good. I've got another truck coming up. I'm going to dip back in and see what in the hell this container's doing, because I got another truck behind me that's coming up on me really fast. So I'm going to let it pass. It looks like another Landstar. This container is out pulling me on the hill. I am in economy mode. I could throw it up into power mode and pass it, but I don't want to do that because the truck in front that passed is slowing down. So the container is probably about to pass that truck that just passed it. So if I go out to pass this container, I'm going to have to pass them both. There's not enough room to get in between them anymore. And there goes the damn container. Continental Divide, elevation 7,000 feet even. Uh-oh. We have a message on the sign. What does the message say? I can't see past this damn truck. That's what the message says. One of the many reasons I don't like having vehicles close in front of me. Slick spots, turn off cruise control. So just like random advice. So it sounds like there's no major issues on the road. They're just posting up Captain Obvious shit on the sign. There's still no space in between the container and the truck in front of them. We're about to hit... All right, we've hit flat land. We're about to start going a little bit downhill. All right, let's go out for the pass again. All right, we're hitting snow-covered roads again. Well, not covered, but we're hitting roads that have snow accumulation on them again. Bro, you need to slow down more than that for an exit. That person just took off down that exit at like 60 miles an hour. In these weather conditions, you should be slowing down to like 20 miles an hour on the interstate before you hop off onto the exit, because a lot of these exits are snow covered, just sheets of ice. This container driver is a jackass. He just keeps speeding up, trying not to let me pass. Rollins, 1 mile. This is it. We're starting the bad section of road, and it immediately has turned into a winter wonderland. So Rollins to Laramie is a notoriously bad section of I-80, and the roads just went to crap. Yeah, we have accumulation on the road. I can see tire marks on the road from the vehicles in front of me driving. "14 degrees Fahrenheit according to my temperature gauge. I hope the roads aren't like this all the way to Laramie. Got the engine brakes off, the cruise is off. Oh, there's a nice bump. We had a slight little downhill there, and I used that to do some braking to heat up the brakes a little bit, clean the junk off of them. When you're driving through crap like this, and you're not using your brakes for long periods of time, stuff will collect on the brakes. And then when you go to use them, they won't be as effective. They'll be covered in snow and ice and oil and grime. God, this damn four-wheeler. Come on, jackass. He flew up and blocked me from being able to pass this truck. And then once he got up here, he slowed down.
There are police reported ahead.
Cop in the median. We got all these trucks just in a damn pack here.
Traffic is getting worse. You're still on the fastest route. You will now arrive at 1:31 p.m.
Great. One of the slow vehicles just jumped out of the right lane in front of me. Let me just hit my brakes for you. Slick spots, turn off cruise control. Same message as last time. So Google just popped, sorry I'm getting quiet, I'm just watching all these vehicles around me. I'm ticked off at this damn grain hauler, this agricultural hauler that cut me off. Oh, and now he's letting it coast down the hill. He's starting to pass me down the damn hill. What a jackass. What did I expect from somebody that would cut me off while I'm passing them? So Google popped up with a message and said that traffic was slowing. And it changed my ETA. That is a really, really bad sign. How does Google know that traffic is slowing? I'm not 100% sure, but I think that Google tracks the movement of everyone using Google Apps. So if you have Google Apps installed on your phone, Google's tracking your movement. And that's how it determines if, traffic is slowing down and stuff like that. So it tells me that there are people up ahead that are slowing down. Why are they slowing down? Because conditions are getting worse. Yeah, that agricultural hauler, once I made it, like they made it a pain in the ass for me to get around them. But as soon as I got around them, they slowed down to like 60. They're already like a mile behind me. Why do people do that? Why do they aggressively like race you whenever you're trying to pass them? But yeah, the on and off ramps, piece of advice, don't be a super trucker like the last idiot we saw take that exit at like 50, 60 miles an hour. When you're driving in winter weather, you need to slow down while you're on the interstate. Really slow before you get onto an off ramp. Because they don't typically take care of the on and off ramps the same way they take care of the interstate. There's not nearly as much traffic on them, so they can be complete sheets of ice. Oh, come on, four-wheeler. It's going to make me pass you, huh? They just got onto the road. They're trying to figure things out. Some old woman. $92 miles to Laramie. So basically, we are in a bad weather section of road until Cheyenne. So between Rawlins and Laramie, this section of road we're on right now is a notoriously bad weather section of road that usually has really high winds. And then once we get to Laramie, there's a mountain peak a couple of miles east of Laramie. So we have to drive a little bit up the mountain, and then we drive like 50 miles down the mountain to Cheyenne. And that's when we finally get out of the crazy Wyoming weather. Once we get down to Cheyenne, the 80-25 junction, things should be a lot better. (16°F). Is that a different four-wheeler? It looks like a different four-wheeler. I've got another white SUV that looks similar to the one that merged on in front of me going slow. But I think I can still see that slow one back there. But there's another one coming up the hammer lane. I'm not going to wait for them to pass. I'm going to go ahead and pass. They're going to wait on me. Another truck that sped up when I was trying to pass. All these people have their cruises turned off, and they just instinctually want to race. I was going faster than them, doing 70 behind them, and I sped up to 72 to pass, and I'm barely creeping by them. We are getting a decent amount of accumulation on the road. If it gets much worse than this, I'm going to have to drop speed by quite a bit. 16 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright, I think I see snow plows up ahead. I think they're coming the other direction. Yep. So they are sanding the roads down. I'm trying to feel for any kind of slippage. We just started crawling up a hill. Somebody on the shoulder. I haven't felt any kind of slippage yet. So we got another snow plow on the other side of the interstate. Sorry if I got quiet. I'm just trying to feel for any slippage. I'm listening for stuff. And I'm watching the road. I'm trying to watch the cars in front of me, the cars behind me. There's some idiot four-wheeler that was just driving the truck that I passed a minute or two ago. Some four-wheeler went to pass them and then got skittish and just started driving alongside them. And that four-wheeler was just driving alongside that truck for a couple of minutes. And now it finally sped up and passed the truck. And now it's catching up with me, about to pass me. So Gotta watch out for this four-wheeler. This is a stupid person. Stupid people do stupid things. Alright, he did not slow down alongside me. Oh, he's going to cut me off, though. Yeah, that's real smart. On these slick roads, just get right in front of me. Oh, and then slow down. Okay, I have a little bit of a problem right now. My air gauges are both reading under 100 psi. My compressor should have kicked on. Well, all right, I've pressed my brakes, and now the air pressure is going up. I don't know why my compressor was not kicking in. And the governor seems to have gone off a little bit early. The governor usually goes off at a higher PSI than what it just did. But "15 degrees outside, according to my gauge. It's probably closer to 10 or 11. "73 miles, and I have an hour and 24 minutes left of drive time. So as long as I'm able to keep going over 60, I should be able to easily make it there. But I do need to keep an eye on the air system. It appears that something is freezing up in the air system. Whatever mechanism controls when the air system kicks on, whatever's reading the air pressure appears to be misreading the air pressure, because the compressor did not kick on when it should have. And the governor kicked off a little early. It could be my gauges on the dash are reading incorrectly, because I think the governor has a completely separate. I think the governor has its own completely separate air check. Okay, variable speed limit. Speed limit's going down to 55. That sucks. Yeah. That could make it to where we can't make it to the fuel stop if we're going to have to do 55. So if we have to do 55 for the rest of the way, 71 miles is going to take hour and 2 plus 11. Take right around an hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 15, hour and 20. It'll still be cutting it really close. I think I can still make it there at 55, but it would be cutting it real close. This is the reason I don't like being on tight schedules. I don't like being rushed when I'm in bad weather and stuff like this. I was really not expecting to be driving in snow during this drive shift until late in the evening. I checked the weather in Laramie, and it said Laramie was not supposed to get snow until 6 o'clock tonight. But Wyoming has its own little weather system. Oh my God, man, damn it. That crap that they're putting on the road, the sand or whatever it is, Prime was spitting up pieces of rock on me, slapping the window. All right, we got some super trucker flying by that doesn't understand what 55 means. Gem State Freight. Gem like G-E-M, like gemstone. I just come over real close. All right, we've got a bunch of super truckers driving really fast coming up on me, but we've hit a hill and they've slowed down for the hill. This is one of the things that makes it really dangerous driving on, in these conditions, is that when the road conditions start getting bad and you start slowing down for road conditions, you have these super truckers out here that don't slow down for the road conditions, and they're out there trying to pass you, and they can get into an accident with you. Just a second here. That container driver I passed a long time ago is flying by me right now. Alright, we're going around this idiot that just passed me. You know, if you weren't speeding, if you'd slowed down and obeyed the damn speed limit, we wouldn't be playing leapfrog, dumbass. And we got a snow plow up ahead. And I've got a four-wheeler flying up on me. Come on, four-wheeler, hurry the fuck up. Oh, it looks like the snowplow is turning around, going across the median. I hope that container driver doesn't get into a wreck, driving way too fast for conditions, especially with how light they are. They've been going like 70 miles an hour up steep grades, so they got to be basically empty. Okay, here comes the dumbass super trucker again. This moron. Oh my god, he's swerving all over the place. Get in your damn lane, dumbass! When he passed me, he was sitting there swinging the wheel back and forth. And he's afraid to touch the snow on the left, so he's driving over in the right damn lane. Oh my goodness. I want to get around this truck in front of me because it can't maintain speed. This truck in front of me was going really slow until I caught up with it, and then it sped up. And it just keeps speeding up and slowing down. It'll be a lot safer if you slowed down a little bit there, bro, instead of speeding up with me passing you. If you just do the opposite of what your mind tells you to do because you're low IQ. Yeah, I'm not sure how much you can hear, but that moron, when he came into my lane, I was honking my horn at him, and he did not get out of my lane when I honked my horn at him. He's still driving like an absolute maniac. If I had to bet, I would say that he is like almost out of hours of service. Like, he doesn't have any extra time to make it to wherever he's going. So he can't afford to slow down. I think that's the reason he's driving like that, because he looked scared whenever he passed me and I passed him and he passed me again. Every time I looked over at him, he looked terrified. He was leaned way forward, had his head, his chin was almost touching the front of the steering wheel, and he had both hands on the wheel, wiggling it around real quick. I don't know if he's like hopped up on cocaine or if he's just driving terrified. All right, I'm losing some of my spare time. Oh yeah, great, four-wheelers. You're just sitting there chilling until I catch up, and then you're like, oh my God, a truck's gonna pass me. And then all of a sudden, damn it. These rocks, these vehicles are kicking up on my damn windshield. I've got enough chips in my windshield. I don't need any more. I don't know if I'm more concerned about road conditions or these idiots driving around me. The truck passing me right now is swerving all over the road. Lane ends, merge left. I'm going to get over before this idiot can run me into the shoulder. He's trying to block me from changing lanes. He slowed down because he's heavy, and then as we eclipsed the hill and I started changing lanes because of the lane ending, he was able to speed up and he tried to block me. He's like 3 feet off my bumper right now. Stupid super trucker. Driving like an absolute idiot. He's passing me right now and I'm hitting my brakes really hard so he can go around me faster. What a moron. Van Campen Trucking. Just in my damn lane. Oh my God, these people are so stupid. This is so incredibly dangerous because of these idiots out here. Like, if you can't maintain your lane, what are you doing passing me? If you can't keep your vehicle in the lane, maybe you're going too fast. Maybe you're driving beyond your ability. 12 degrees outside. Probably closer to 8. 56 miles to go. At a 60, what the hell we got going on up here? We have a lot of flashing lights up ahead. I can't see what in the hell they are. Looks like they're over in the left lane. Is it snow plows over in the left lane? Now they're over in the right lane. The truck in front of me is slowing down. I think maybe they don't know what to do. And I've got some super trucker hauling ass down the left lane. I'm not going to pull out in front of them. They are going really fast. Oh, this guy's going to pull out in front of them. That's just really, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Just get me mixed up in your stupidity. Got two stupid people coming together to form one. What are these dumbass four-wheelers doing? Driving down the road with their hazard lights on. They confused the hell out of this truck in front of me. They didn't know what to do. They just sat behind them. Every time I think about going into the left lane to pass this person, they speed up. So no, it's not snow plows. We have some oversized loads and some idiot four-wheelers. That's what all of the flashing yellow lights were. Sorry if I sound agitated. I am. I got stupid people doing stupid things around me, and it's really dangerous. And it pisses me off when people put my life at unnecessary risk because of their stupidity. And this truck in front of me is really wearing on my nerves. because they're trying not to let me pass them, but they're really skittish about like moving down the road. Every time I try to pass them, they speed up. Every time I fall back in behind them, they slow down. Well, the road conditions got good for a minute, and then they went to crap again. All right, this guy's dropping a lot of speed up this hill. I do not want to be in this lane. This lane sucks. And now I'm going to have to deal with passing this damn escort vehicle. And I've got a four-wheeler flying up on me wanting to pass me. All right, we're going down a little bit. Not a very steep grade. We're going down a little bit, and then we're going to climb up again. I'm going to try to just lightly press the brakes. Just try to heat up the braking system a little bit. Be nice if we got a long downgrade so I can get the brakes nice and hot. Man, they have a ton of sand on the road, dirt, whatever it is. Rest area in 2 miles. 46 miles until we get to the fuel stop in Laramie. And I have 57 minutes of drive time left. It's going to be like this all the damn way to Laramie. But, you know, this is what I was worried about. In between Rawlins and Laramie is a notoriously bad section of road for weather. Snow, high winds. Ooh, we got to downgrade. I can heat up the brakes a little bit. The sign says slick road, reduce speed. So I think I've explained this already. What we're dealing with a lot in Wyoming is just simply elevation. And once we get to Laramie, we're going to climb up elevation a little bit over the course of a few miles. We'll climb to the top of Happy Jack, and then we're going to be going down the mountain. It's not a very steep grade. It's about like this right here, but it's like 50 miles of not very steep grade all the way down from the top of Happy Jack to Cheyenne, or to the I-25, I-80 junction, at least. It's just not a very steep grade all the way down through there. So we'll just be dropping a lot of elevation over the course of about 50 miles. So hopefully we'll get in low enough elevation that we get out of this crap. But that's still 100 miles away. Well, we're 42 miles to Laramie, and then we've got about, I think the mountaintop is maybe 5 or 10 miles east of Laramie, and then we got a 50-mile, down the mountain. So we've got about 100 miles until we get to I-25. But hopefully, at some point while we're going down the mountain, we get out of this crap. What is this four-wheeler doing? Why is this four-wheeler just chilling over in the left lane going slow? They just dipped in behind me into the right lane. Were they getting over into the left lane to let all the trucks pass on the right? Were they trying to be nice and make it to where the trucks didn't have to do a lane change to pass them? Who knows? Oh, great. This truck out in the left lane's dropping a lot of speed, so they're probably really heavy. Why are you out here passing people going up a hill if you're heavy? Am I going to have to hit my brakes going uphill? Are you serious? Like, letting off the throttle wasn't dropping speed enough. That is not something I would want to do right there. Driving bobtail on this crap. No weight on your tires at all. I don't think I'd be driving in this crap bobtail. And if I was, I'd probably be going even slower than that person is. It is so easy to break traction bobtail. Oh my God, Climate Express. What in the hell is wrong with you? He was going really fast, and then when he got out in the left lane, he slammed on his brakes and dropped like 10 miles an hour. And he's just jamming me in behind these slow vehicles because he slows down by so much whenever he's passing. The last time it was because of a hill. I don't know what his excuse is this time. I don't want to be behind this moron anymore. But every time they get back over in the right lane, they speed up. All right, looks like we're just going to go ahead and pass them right now. We're going up a tiny little hill, and they drop so much speed that they closed the gap between them and the truck they just passed, so I didn't have any room to get in between the two of them. So we're just going to go ahead and pass them now. I don't want to be anywhere near this idiot. They've sped up on me. Is that really smart for you to just hang me out here in this left lane? You stupid jackass. I'm up to 70 miles an hour and he's still blocking me over in this left lane. He has not gone this fast the entire time I've been behind him. The fastest he's gone with me behind him is 65. But he's speed matching me at 70 right now, hanging me in this lane. Oh my God, I hate people so much. I'm just going to go ahead and go around these people. This will get me away from him. because he gets scared when he gets in this left lane. So he'll slow down to like 50 in the left lane, passing all these people. Yep, I got rid of him. He got scared. He got out there in the left lane and was riding my ass. And then he got scared and moved back over to the right lane. And now he's sitting behind the U-Haul back there. Oh, he flew around the U-Haul. Road conditions are improving. 34 miles to the fuel stop. All right, let's grab a new soda. If we were driving across Kansas right now, people would be driving. Well, not all people. You would have some trucks out there doing 80 miles an hour, but the majority of people would be driving like 30 miles an hour in these road conditions in Kansas. These are clear roads up north. Like, these are just wide open, perfect roads up in the north in the winter. (13°F). I haven't had one single tire slip, not one single traction loss in the drive today. Speed limit has gone up from 55 to 65. That's a good sign that road conditions are improving. Snow plow on the other side of the interstate. Looks like they're plowing off the shoulder. Going down a little bit of a grade, not too steep. And I used it to do some braking, heat the brakes up. So not a lot of snow accumulation, but a little bit on these roads. We're getting really, really lucky. And I've lost even more faith in weather predictors. Like, I haven't had very much good luck with weather predictions up to this point, but I checked the weather this morning and the hourly forecast for Laramie said 0% chance of precipitation until 6 p.m. So I was expecting I was going to make it all the way across Wyoming before the snow came in. $16 degrees. What do we got in the median? Oh my goodness, this four-wheeler is hauling butt. Going 100 plus miles an hour on these roads. That is dumb. But hey, they've got four-wheel drive. And we've got a snail race going on, blocking the whole damn road. Got a four-wheeler towing another four-wheeler, maybe? I'm not sure. I can't see it very well. There's a pickup in front of that truck blocking traffic. Go speed racer. Wide open road. Go 100 again. What the hell is going on? That pickup that was blocking traffic is now like going 65, 70 miles an hour. Well, maybe not that fast. But it's going a lot faster now that it's not blocking the road. This person is just speeding up to try to keep me from passing. That's the reason they're going so fast now. They're just speeding up with me, trying to keep me from passing. If I wasn't trying to pass them, they'd be going a lot slower. I hate people like this. Oh, now that I made it around him, he slowed way down. And the roads are perfectly dry now. And we've made it out of the snow. There's no snow on the shoulders. So maybe the weatherman wasn't so wrong about Laramie, because we haven't quite made it to Laramie yet. Maybe all this snow isn't going to make it to Laramie until 6 p.m. We still got 22 miles to Laramie. But yeah, now we're on 18 degrees Fahrenheit, completely clear roads. It's cruise control weather. So that was the nasty section of road in Wyoming. And we just made it through it. I don't know why that section of road just always has bad weather. But it seems to always have bad weather. So this is really awesome. So what I was really concerned with is the mountain just east of Laramie, Happy Jack. That's what I call it. I don't know if that's what everybody else calls it. I was afraid of that thing being snow covered and having to, slide down that mountain snow covered. But it's looking like it's going to be perfectly clear to go down that mountain. Hopefully. And then I'll be able to get down to lower elevation. And then I think the majority of this storm should not be hitting Colorado until late tonight. Now it's just beautiful, wide open road. This is Wyoming. Just get all four seasons as you drive across. All right, let's check our time. 18 miles to the fuel stop, and I have 31 minutes. So we have 13 extra minutes. Giggity. All right, now all of the vehicles that I passed have realized that the road's good, and everybody is speeding up. So I'm about to start getting passed by a lot of people. Still 18. It dropped down to 17 degrees for a second, then popped back up to 18. But it is likely colder than that. 1:11 p.m. 16 miles away. 29 minutes left on my drive clock. Got all of this amazing open road in front of me, and I have a pack of vehicles creeping up on me that are all about to get in front of me. I think that white van or SUV, whatever that thing was the one that moved over to the left lane to let everybody pass. She was going really, really slow. And now we have the pickup that was blocking traffic out in the left lane that sped up and tried not to let me pass them, is now passing me. And they're going to cut me off. Did you forget you had a trailer? And you're going to speed match me at that distance? Are you fucking kidding me? I honked at them and now they're speeding away. What kind of asshole does that? Cuts somebody off and then speed matches them like 30, 40 feet in front of them. And now he's slowed down and speed matching me again. Every time I see somebody doing some stuff like this, like cutting me off and slowing down in front of me, I start thinking it's an insurance scam. They're trying to get me to rear end them. But no, I think this guy's just an idiot. Alright, I've got two trucks passing me, riding way too close to each other. Alright, this truck is probably going to get the pickup to speed up because this pickup does not like to be passed by trucks. And if the truck tries to pass it, it's most likely going to speed up on him. Damn, what is with people in their lane? Get over in your lane, trans fleet. I don't honk at people unless they actually hit the line. Trans fleet came over and was touching the line. The pickup sped up a little bit, not too much. I don't know why this idiot passed me just so he can go the same speed in front of me. Are you serious, trans fleet? You're going to get in, but you passed me to get in between me and a vehicle going the exact same speed as me. What is with these idiots? He's like 3 feet off that pickup's bumper. This is just really dangerous. And if they get into an accident, I'm probably going to get drawn into it as well. How do I always manage to be like stuck around idiots? I think it's just because there's so many of them out here on the road. Like almost everywhere you go, you're surrounded by morons. And now this pickup is slowing down. And the pickup is still slowing down. Now they're speeding back up. I've only got a little over 7 miles until my exit. And this pickup is slowing down even more. And just getting closer and closer to me. I'm getting so sick and tired of this asshole. I've got a four-wheeler flying up on me in the left lane. I'm about to get in that left lane and just act like I'm passing to see if he'll speed up. He's pulling away from me a little bit again. Some old man. I cannot stand when people are this close to me. Because it's all that I can focus on. Like, I can't think about anything else when somebody's this close to me. Oh my God, now this jackass is going to pass the truck that just passed him. Well, hopefully he just like keeps going fast and disappears, but I doubt it. Come on, Trans Fleet. Nope, that asshole got in front of Trans Fleet and slowed down. He just whipped around him and then slowed down right in front of him like he did to me. .5 miles. And then I shouldn't have to deal with these two ever again. .9 miles. 18 minutes left. Now that pickup's hauling butt.
In 2 miles, take exit 310 for I-80 Business East, Curtis Street.
Laramie next 4 exits. I don't think I need to do anything on this. I'm trying to think of what I need to do on this fuel stop. I don't think I need to do anything besides fuel up. I might
Take exit 310 for I-80
try
Business East, Curtis Street.
to wash the window. But it's really cold outside. 19 degrees according to my gauge, but it's probably 4 or 5 degrees colder than that.
Take exit 310.
I might try spraying my soapy water mixture on the window.
At the stop sign, turn right onto West Curtis Street, Stockyards Road.
Nobody coming. Ooh, the fuel island. No, that's the car fuel island. I was like, the fuel island's wide open. No, I can't see the truck fuel island yet.
Take your next right into the parking lot. Turn right into the parking lot.
It looks like there's several open fuel pumps, which is awesome. It means two things. Number one, I'm not going to have to wait on anybody. And number two, I shouldn't be rushed. This person parked out here in the middle of the damn road is just reducing our ability to swing in for these pumps.
You have arrived.
Alrighty. Let's go to on-duty fueling. Alright, I'm going to pause this while I fuel, and I'll be back in a minute. Well, I'm all done. Topped off fuel. The DEF pumps actually work. Google says it's 13 degrees outside. And the DEF pumps actually work. And when I pulled the DEF pump out, it felt warm to the touch. So the heater inside the DEF pump is working. So topped off DEF, topped off fuel. Did a little check, mainly just tires. I didn't turn the four-ways on, so I didn't do a full light check. Just checked tires and mud flaps. No flats. Using the brakes coming off the off-ramp was enough to melt a ton of ice in the wheel wells. Back there right now, there's just a pool of frozen ice that ran out of the wheel wells onto the ground where I'm parked at right now. So using the brakes melted out, heated up the wheel wells, and melted a whole bunch of ice just coming off the off-ramp right there. That's the reason I try to use the brakes as much as possible when I'm in cold weather or rain. Anytime I'm driving in anything that sprays crap up into the brake system, or whenever it's cold, I try to use the brakes as much as I can. Try to avoid using engine brakes so that I can clean off the brakes and warm them up and get them to like melt off that crap. But there's almost no wind out here, which is really odd for Wyoming. So with it being 13 degrees, I was walking around. Oh, I cleaned off the windshield. I was walking around outside fueling and stuff without a jacket or anything. I'm just wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Cold weather like 13 degrees is not too bad if you're just hopping out for like 5 minutes, as long as there's no wind. No wind, I can easily tolerate 13 degrees for 5 minutes in shorts and a t-shirt. Let me see how much longer I've got. I think I've got 5 minutes left. See how long my yeah. So I did 15 minutes on duty fueling, and then I switched over to sleeper after I finished, just sitting here. I made a phone call to my bank and did a transfer between accounts, shifting money from business to personal, and I can't figure out anything else to do while I'm sitting here staring at the pavement. Oh, I did. Oh, I got a folder coming out of a cupboard. Let me push that back in there. I looked at some weather, and it looks like we should be clear the rest of the drive to Colorado. And I should be arriving. Let's see. I'm 90 miles away, so it should be about an hour and a half. It's 2 p.m. now, so 3:30. I should get there at about 3:30. Oh my goodness. Really? I'm going to be getting there at like 3:30? I'm getting there way. My initial trip plan had me getting there, not even there. It had me getting to the truck parking area just west of Cheyenne. It had me getting to that spot at, I was going to start driving from there on the next drive shift at 4 a.m. And now I'm stopping like an hour past that, an hour further from there. And I'm going to be starting my drive shift instead of 4 a.m. I'm going to be starting it at 1:30 a.m., which is kind of amazing because I just checked the weather and it's supposed to start snowing in the Denver area right around 2 a.m. and it's supposed to snow for like 3 hours. I don't know how bad the snow is supposed to be, but if I'm able to leave, the place where I'm parking at is just barely north of Fort Collins. It's really close to Fort Collins. So I should be able to make it through the entire Denver area within like an hour. So I should be leaving Denver around the time the snow starts. Oh my goodness, this is awesome. I might be able to beat the snowstorm because the snowstorm is really supposed to start um, late tonight and early Saturday morning. And then it's supposed to snow all day Saturday up until late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. I might be able to get all the way down to Garden City before the snow gets too bad. Hell, I might even be able to get to Salina before the snow gets too bad. I didn't check. All right, my brake is up. I did not check the weather beyond Denver. So whenever I take my 10-hour break at the end of this drive shift, just a second here, I've got to avoid some massive craters in the parking lot. There's some big holes all over the place. So yeah, on my 10-hour break, I'll check the hourly forecast in Oakley and Garden City and Salina. Hopefully they're more accurate by then, and I'll get some kind of idea of how far I'm going to be able to drive tomorrow before I get shut down by the snow. I'm I'm going to stop back here to give that guy plenty of room to make the turn. We're getting back out there on the road. I was looking at possibly driving further because I'm going to have about an hour and a half left on my clock. Whenever I stop at the end of this drive shift, I've been making such good time today. But it'll put me in a situation where I'll be trying to find a parking spot on the east edge of Denver, which there's the Love's truck stop there. There's not a lot of truck parking, and there's a ton of trucks. There's probably going to be a lot more than normal because of the storm. So I probably wouldn't be able to find a parking spot, and I just don't want to deal with all that drama. Why did that person change lanes? Like, after they made it past me, they changed lanes. I appreciate the effort. All right. Let me turn the heater down. I jacked the heater up really high so that it'd be nice and warm in here whenever I got back in from being outside. So yeah, things are looking really good. Looking like I might be able to make it across Colorado into Kansas before the storm gets too bad. And I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get... It would be amazing if I would love to get Garden City and Salina both done tomorrow before like the storm gets bad. And then I could just park at Lowe's for the rest of the weekend. Man, everybody's taking 287 to cut across to 25. I have never taken that. Don't plan on ever taking it. It has sections where it's a divided highway, but I think the majority of the drive, it's bi-directional. And I think it's only like 10 or 15 miles shorter than just staying on the interstate. Not worth it to me. One of these days, I might drive it, just to see what it's like. But it'll not likely be in the winter than when I, just go give it a try. All right, so we got a couple of miles, and then we're going to climb up the mountain a little bit, and then we'll reach the top at Happy Jack. And then it's just a really long downgrade. It's not very steep. All the way to I-25. It's kind of like what we're driving on right now. We're going uphill right now, but it's just not very steep. We're going up and up and up and up. And it gets pretty steep right before we get to the top. Can't remember what the elevation is at the top of Happy Jack. It is pretty high. I think it's like 8,800 feet, 8,500 feet. We're going to find out in a minute. Yeah, I wanted to make it through this area before it snowed. And it's supposed to snow in this area starting at around 6 p.m. And it is 2:06 p.m. right now, so we are way ahead of schedule. "41 miles until I-25, 44 miles to Cheyenne, according to that sign. All right, it's getting steeper and steeper. And now it's getting so steep we got a climbing lane. Good. Looks like tiny little snow flurries. Could just be snow being picked up by the wind and blown around. to get back over to the right lane or not. Let's do it. We're not catching up with those vehicles very fast, but I have to keep an eye on the four-wheelers. They will run you into the back of slow vehicles, and here they come. Here comes a pack of them in the center lane. I'm going to go ahead and get over. Oh, great. These two are going like the exact same speed. Why do people do this? There's nobody for a mile or more. This idiot right here, like, why would you get out there going like the exact same speed and just block the road? Moron. All right, we're getting close to the peak. Happy Jack Road, 1 mile. Happy Jack Road, that exit is really close to the peak. Come on, four-wheeler, don't sit there alongside me. What are you doing? There's some dumbass four-wheeler, some pickup that's just sitting at the back of my trailer in the center lane. 8,640 feet is the elevation. All right, now it's downhill all the way to I-25. I don't know what's going on with that pickup. I sped up once we got to the top of the hill, and that pickup kept going slow. That pickup's now a quarter mile behind me. Looks like the temperature's dropped even more. My temperature gauge shows 11 degrees. We're still going uphill, actually. We went down and now we're going back up. We're about to start the long downgrade. So, okay, this is pretty much it. The long downgrade. You hardly even notice you're going down the mountain, but you're gradually, slowly going down the mountain all the way to I-25. Nice, beautiful. Oh my goodness, the temperature just dropped like crazy. Now it's showing 5 degrees. We just lost 6 degrees. So it could be close to 0 degrees outside. And it was 13 in Laramie. So we just lost 13 degrees. Driving over Happy Jack. Getting on the other side of the mountain, the temperature dropped dramatically. Now I'm like 4 degrees. And now the tensioner is making a whole bunch of noise. It wasn't making any noise for hours, and now all of a sudden it's starting to make all kinds of noise. It's not constant. It's just like makes a bunch of noise for like 10 seconds and then nothing for 30 seconds to a minute, and then 10 seconds of noise. Now it got all quiet for the last. As soon as I said something, it stopped making noise. I just hope that thing lasts until I get home. USA truck, dry van, out here, west of I-35. Oh my goodness. Don't see that very often. Usually, USA Truck, the only thing you see out west of I-35 are flatbeds hauling pods. When I was leased to USA Truck, they told me that the only trucks they had running west of I-35 were trucks running dedicated accounts. And that pods account was one of the dedicated accounts. And I was like, oh my goodness, I don't want to run flatbed. And they were like, no, you don't actually have to do flatbed. The securement is all done for you. You just pick up preloaded or preloaded trailers, or they load and secure them for you. And they remove all the securement and everything whenever you deliver. I think it's drop and hook on both ends. And you don't do any securement. And I'm like, well, you still need to be trained on flatbed, right? Because you're still responsible for the securement, even if somebody else did it. I need to know whether or not it's, correct. Because I'm the one that'll get the ticket. $27 miles to I-25. Oh my goodness, we've already driven like 25 miles. It's about 50 miles from Laramie to Cheyenne, and we're already almost halfway there. What is going on with these four-wheelers? I got four-wheelers stacking in behind me. Last time I had people loitering at the back of my trailer, I had something written on my trailer. And I didn't know it. I didn't notice it whenever I initially picked up the trailer because the trailer was pretty clean. But as I drove the trailer and dust and dirt was collecting on the back of it, it collected around what somebody wrote in basically finger. They just wrote in the dirt on the back of the trailer, the dust on the back of the trailer, they wrote something with their finger. And as more dirt and dust collected, it made that what they wrote stand out. You couldn't even hardly see it when I initially picked up the trailer. I didn't notice it, but it was really like apparent after a whole bunch of dirt and dust collected on the back of the trailer. It wasn't too bad, but I got back there with a paper towel and wiped it off. It was, what did they write on the back of the trailer? The trailer had a sign that said, do not pass on the right or something like that. And it said something like, this is for stupid people, pointing to the don't pass on the right sign. We have to have a sign for stupid people to not do stupid things. And I've got four-wheelers hanging out at the back of my trailer. Again, I didn't notice anything written on the back of it. I mean, I'll be honest, whenever I'm doing my inspections, I have very specific things that I'm looking for, and I would probably miss something written on the back of the trailer during my inspection because I'm looking at lights, tires, mud flaps, and holes in the trailer, and I'm not even really paying attention to what's written on the trailer. So whenever I get stopped, I'll check and see if there's something written back there. Maybe somebody slapped a sticker on it while I was getting fuel. Is this the pickup that was driving really slow over the mountain? Let me see. No. No, not him. Got DOT numbers on the side of it, so they got a hot shot with Florida plates. Just a second here. I've got people passing me and I'm flying up on a slow-moving May. I've got a truck with 3 cars behind it. They're going to run me into the back of this damn May. Come on. I'm doing 65 right now and going faster than May. I don't know how fast May is going, but it's somewhere under 65. Looks like the other vehicle is just content with loitering behind me. Two degrees, according to my temperature gauge. It's 2 degrees outside. My engine temperature is still holding steady at the same temperature it always sets at, like 165 degrees Fahrenheit. I wonder if my temperature gauge goes negative. I can't remember. I've been in negative temperatures before, but I can't remember if my temperature gauge goes negative. Probably does. I don't want to get in negative 20-degree temperatures again, though. Oh, are we driving into some snow? It snowed in this area recently. Everything's covered in a dusting of snow. When you start getting into really cold temperatures, and it doesn't even have to get to like negative 20. When you start getting into temperatures of like 0 degrees Fahrenheit, metal becomes brittle. Bolts and just metal will just start snapping real easy. Just a second here, we have some kind of sign. Oh, great. Blowing snow next 15 miles. And that's roughly how far we have until I-25. 1 degree Fahrenheit on my gauge. And it's probably 4 or 5 degrees colder than that. All right, we got a truck on the shoulder. Hopefully that blowing snow that they're talking about happened and it's over and done with, because it looks like it snowed through here recently. And it's so cold that the road surface should be like frozen. So any snow that hits the road surface is most likely not going to stick to the surface. It'll just be blown around. Which is what I'm seeing right now. I'm not sure if you can see it in the video, but there's a really light layer of snow drifting around with the wind on the roadway. Ooh, getting some nice little crosswinds. Another truck on the shoulder. There's a four-wheeler about a quarter mile behind me. Almost no wind across Wyoming, and now we're hitting quite a bit of wind. Truck parking, exit 345. This is where I normally stop at whenever I'm driving this section of road. This is my normal spot that I camp out at. Truck parking area over there to the left. And it's usually got a lot of trucks parked in it. I was really confused for a while as to why there were so many trucks parked here in this truck parking area out in the middle of nowhere. There is nothing anywhere around here. And I was confused, like, why is it always full? Like, even right now in the middle of the day, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trucks parked in there, and there's probably 50 parking spots. Maybe, I don't know about 50, maybe 30 or 40 parking spots. During the daytime, it's still usually like half full, and in the middle, at nighttime, it gets completely overrun. And I was like, why are there so many trucks parked there? And then I found out the reason. There's a Walmart distribution center a couple of miles away. So in a couple of miles, there will be a Walmart distribution center over on the left. And you'll see tons of trucks parked up and down all of the roads around the Walmart distribution center, which is abnormal. Usually Walmart distribution centers don't allow any kind of street parking anywhere near their facility. So to see a whole bunch of trucks parked on the roads going in and out of the Walmart distribution centers, a little odd. "11 miles until I-25. 51 total miles until I get to the rest area I'm going to camp out at. And that tensioner is making tons of noise now. This is non-stop. Please don't be about to break. While I was getting fuel, I took one of my containers of pinto beans that I cooked at the house and stuck it into that warming plate lunchbox thing. So it should be warmed up nice and hot. Around the time I get parked at the rest area. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some tortilla shells, put some cheese slices in them, some chopped onion, sriracha sauce, and those beans, and have some bean and cheese burritos. I wish I had some lettuce and tomato and some meats. To put in there. Yeah, I'll eat my burritos and do a whole bunch of research on the weather and try to get an idea of what the next drive shift is going to be like. And I hope I sleep really well, because I didn't sleep worth a damn last night. I am surprised I'm not tired right now, because I laid in bed for, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours before I fell asleep. And then I woke up, I think 2 hours before my alarm went off. I think I only slept for like 3 hours last night. And I am just wide awake. Not tired at all. So hopefully I'm able to pass out after I figure out the trip plan for tomorrow. Truckaccidents.com. Lawyers for truck crash victims. Vultures. I can't believe the payouts that they're giving in truck accidents. They're awarding payouts as if every trucking company is like some multi-billion-dollar company that makes Apple money. And most trucking companies are like one bad month from going out of business. .1 miles to I-25. Is this the Walmart distribution center over to the left, or did we already pass it? Yeah, that's the Walmart distribution center over to the left. Do they still have that sign out there that they're paying like F.E. Warren Air Force Base, all CMV use gate 3, blah, blah, blah. They used to have a sign out here. Oh, there it is. I think it's on that trailer. They have a trailer parked out here with a sign on it, paying like up to $30 an hour. Let's see what it says. Now hiring up to $30.65 per hour. $30 an hour used to sound like a lot of money. But with as expensive as everything has gotten, $30 an hour doesn't seem that awesome anymore. That's one of the many reasons I quit my old job. What are you doing, truck? Came flying up on me, and then when you got alongside me, it slowed down. We're going downhill. Now they're going to cut me off. They probably got a message on their GPS telling them they needed to make a turn, and then they started looking at their GPS trying to figure out what the hell was going on, driving around clueless as to where they're going. Alright, coming up on the exit. .50-mile-per-hour exit. Oh my goodness. When I barely pushed on the brakes, they did nothing. I had to give them a decent little push before they did something. Yep, that's a solid white line you just drove across. That's the reason I waited to move over. But yeah, my old job, I quit for a lot of reasons, but one of them is that I just wasn't paid enough. We had been seeing rising wages and rising costs even before 2020, even before the lockdowns, even before the supply chain disruptions. We had been seeing rising wages and rising costs. But at the company I was working for, they were not increasing wages at higher level positions. Their starting wages had gone from like $12 an hour to like $23 an hour over the course of 10 years. So whenever I first started there, they were hiring people in at like $12 to $15 an hour. And then 10 years later, after I had, jumped through a whole bunch of hoops and gotten several promotions, I had finally made it up from $15 an hour starting wage all the way up to like $27 an hour. And they were hiring people out of high school with zero experience for $23 an hour at like entry level positions. I was like, are you serious? You're not going to do wage increases on the higher level positions? You're like bringing in entry level people making almost the same amount that I'm making. And I've been working here for 10 years and I'm like 3 levels higher than them. But yeah, that was really frustrating. It's one of the many reasons I quit. "35 miles until my exit at a rest area." I did not even know that this rest area existed. It was not easy to find this rest area. But Colorado actually does have rest areas, believe it or not. They don't have many of them, but I found one. And it's off the beaten path. You have to like exit the interstate and then drive. Like, it doesn't look like it's very far. It looks like maybe a couple hundred feet down a road and then take a left into the rest area. So it's like a little rest area a little ways off the interstate. can't believe this drive shift is almost over already. Oil temperature 178. Outside temperature 5 degrees. Voltage 13.8. All right, everything's looking good. I have 2 hours and 21 minutes of drive time left. And I'm only 32 miles away from my stopping point. I'm going to have almost 2 hours of drive time left whenever I stop. Wow. It's because I've been driving 70 instead of 65. It adds up over time. Over 10 hours, it's going 5 miles more per hour. Over 11 hours, 55. So over 10 hours, you're driving an extra hour, basically. I might start driving 70 more often. Now, should I continue driving? Try to drive through Denver right now? No. I would be driving through Denver. Oh, buddy, that truck just whipped it off the road at the last second, drove across the median. They were like, oh, a parking spot, slammed on their brakes and jerked the truck across the median. You can still see their tire tracks right there. That was really stupid and dangerous. Welcome to Colorado. I think that little parking area was for people to go take pictures at the Colorado sign. Winter weather expected Friday, Saturday. Be prepared. So yeah, if I try to drive through Denver right now, even though I'm going to have almost an extra 2 hours of drive time, it'll basically get me out to the eastern edge of Denver, and I'll be looking for a parking spot out there. There's not a lot of places to park a truck just east of Denver, and they're probably all overrun, and I would lose a lot of time in traffic in town. I would love to drive across Denver right now and get all the way out to the east, and it just makes my next drive shift easier. But I'm going to go ahead and just stop here, and then I can drive through Denver at I can leave here and drive through Denver. I'll leave here at 1:30 in the morning, probably drive through Denver at 2:30 a.m. is when I'll be in the middle of town. So I should still be good to go. I'm still way ahead of schedule. (5°F), 28 miles. Man, I did not think I was going to have this much drive time left over. Somebody left a road cone. I think it's actually really good that the temperatures are so cold right now. Because when it does start snowing, as long as it's not a wet snow, then we're probably going to have very little of it stick on the roads. It'll just be blowing around. We'll just have blowing snow, drifting snow. But it's all going to depend on what type of precipitation is falling and how much of it is falling. "25 miles. I just, for some reason, started thinking about one of the times I drove across Colorado. I wish I had driving footage of that. It was whenever I did that tortilla chip load from, it was that spot market load that I never got detention pay on. It was going from, I cannot remember where I picked it up. It's somewhere in Minnesota. I can't remember the name of the town. It was not too far from North Dakota into Minnesota. And I delivered it to, what town was it in Colorado? I want to say Colorado Springs. One of the towns just south of Denver. And what place did I deliver it to? Some grocery warehouse. I can't remember what it was. Some grocery warehouse. But whenever I was driving that load across Colorado, I was taking, is it Interstate 76? I can't remember. It cuts across from I-80 to 25 diagonally, starting in, I think, Nebraska. And I was driving across that, and the weather just, it looked like something out of a movie. It was, is there somebody driving on the shoulder? No, I think it was just a little bit of snow. I thought that was the back end of a car. No, it's just snow. But it was rain, like really downpour rain, like torrential downpour rain, extremely high winds, and like the wind was blowing so hard that there was dust or dirt or something in the air. It was like being in a dust storm. So in some sections where it wasn't raining, there was like debris being blown across the road because the wind was blowing so hard. And you still couldn't see even when it wasn't raining because of all of the like dirt flying around in the air. Yeah, it was very exciting. Made the drive interesting. Is that a snowplow over on the on-ramp on the other side? I can't see it. All I can see is flashing lights on the top of something. But it looked like snowplow flashing lights. Yellow and blue. "18 miles till the exit." Fort Collins, 19 miles. Denver, 77. So the rest area is in Fort Collins. And Denver's going to be about 60 miles south. So at 1:30 a.m. when I start driving, I should be able to make pretty good time to Denver as long as it doesn't start snowing early. As long as the roads are in good condition, there should be very little traffic. I should be able to make good time to Denver. Just a second here. I'm looking for an opening to get out and pass this U-Haul. I've got so many people catching up with me wanting to pass me that it's really difficult for me to get out in the left lane. 15 miles to the exit. And the truck behind me that wanted to pass me decided to go ahead and stay out in the left lane when they passed U-Haul and passed me as well. And they have created a really big long line of cars behind them because they're slow passing me and slow passing the U-Haul. I'm not going to slow down for them. I only slow down for people when they're snail racing me. This person just isn't flying by me. They're moving by me at a pretty good speed. If somebody's just like barely creeping by me and blocking traffic, then I'll slow down for them. Or if they're an idiot and I don't want them in front of me, then I'll speed up. I think that person in front of me has an exhaust leak. They have stacks coming out the top, but there's a whole bunch of smoke coming out the bottom. I don't see anything coming out of their top stacks. Maybe those top stacks are just there for show. I've seen people do that. What are these idiots doing? Trying to pass on the right? Express lane open, toll rates waived. So you can drive in the express lane for free right now. I don't like that Colorado's added in so many toll roads. They used to not have toll roads until recently, and now they've started adding in express lane toll roads, and then they have the Denver bypass that's a toll road. You know, if that Denver bypass wasn't a toll road, most people would probably be taking it, and that would reduce the amount of traffic in Denver, which would help out a lot. Me, I never take that bypass. I'm not going to pay a toll to drive around town instead of going through town. I typically only take toll roads if I have to. Like, the other routes would cost me more money. Like, whenever I leave Tulsa, the most direct route to my house would be to take I-84 to Oklahoma City, which is a toll road, and then Oklahoma put in some new Oklahoma City bypass. I think it's the 335 that goes from I-44 down to I-40. It's another toll road. And that would drop me down on I-40 on the east side of town near where I parked the truck. That would be the most direct route to the house, but that is not the route that I'm going to take. I'm going to take Highway 75 down to I-40 and then take I-40 into Oklahoma City. I don't know how much the toll costs, but I think it's like, for a truck to drive on I-44, I think it's somewhere around $20 to $40, depending on how much of I-44 you drive on. So maybe I'll be saving myself 30 or 40 bucks by avoiding all those toll roads. What I am looking forward to eating when I get home is Panda Express and frozen pizzas. I've been thinking about bringing frozen pizzas with me out on the truck because I have this new microwave that I can bake stuff in. And I've been using it quite a bit in the truck. It is amazing. So let me tell you the story. We got 6.8 miles until the rest area. Let me tell you the story of this microwave. Like 5 years ago, whenever I had my truck in the shop at the dealer in Oklahoma City, I was chatting with a couple of other drivers that were there. And one of the drivers was talking about this amazing microwave that he had, and it was like the greatest thing in the world. He said that it's a 3-in-1 microwave. It's a microwave, air fryer, and oven. And I was like, what? How does that work? And I started asking him questions about it, and he's like, yeah, it works like a microwave. Like you can pop popcorn in it like a microwave, and you can bake stuff in it, and you can also use it as an air fryer. And I was like, that doesn't sound right. And I was like, does it get hot? Like, I asked him, I said, you're putting it in the microwave cabinet in your truck? That's an enclosed plastic space, right? He said, yeah. And I said, doesn't it melt the plastic? Doesn't it get hot and melt the plastic? He's like, no, it doesn't get hot at all. I'm like, nah, that don't sound right. But I got home, I researched it, he told me the brand and everything. As far as I know, there's only like one company that makes this type of microwave. I've never seen it made by any other company. Galanz or something like that. I think it's Galanz. Can't remember exactly. But yeah, 3-in-1 microwave. And he was wrong about the outside of it getting hot. Like, it has stickers on it about it being hot. Don't touch, this surface gets hot. Of course it does. It has a heating element in it for the oven and air fryer. So whenever you're using the oven and the air fryer, you can use like aluminum foil in there. It doesn't use the microwave. I have not tried to use aluminum foil in it when I use the microwave feature, though. I don't want to blow up the microwave. I have not tested that. I haven't tried metal in it. You do get some, there's the Budweiser plant. You do get some metal like trays that you can use inside the microwave, but they look like they have some type of coating on them that protects them from the microwave. So you can use those inside the microwave with the microwave feature. And they don't like explode or melt or anything. But I think it's the protective coating. I think if you scratched them and it exposed the metal, it would probably cause issues. But yeah, the thing does get hot, but it doesn't get too hot. In my little cubby hole for the microwave, I use this foil insulation, the same stuff that I use for the windshield, as like a sun visor or sun protector. Sorry, I'm watching the on-ramp traffic. 2.5 miles to my exit. Let me just slow down for you while you force your way in front of me. But yeah, the oven and the air fryer work awesome. Microwave works okay. Like, it takes longer than a normal microwave to heat stuff up. Like, I normally can cook a bag of popcorn in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In this microwave, 3 minutes. .3 miles. But yeah, I brought like 3 bags of chicken nuggets, pre-cooked chicken nuggets, like Great Value. Oh, this is not a good sign. There are trucks in front of me. Are they taking the rest area exit that I'm taking? No, they're taking a different exit. I was like, I hope this place isn't popular. It looks like it's off the beaten path, and it looks like a lot of people just don't know about it. All right, traffic is picking up really bad. This is awesome because, like, I'm getting off the road just as traffic is starting to get really bad. Yeah, just go ahead and cut me off. I was slamming on my brakes for you anyway. I knew you needed that. All right. We got a car on the shoulder. I just got a bypass on something. Oh my goodness, I'm glad there's a light here. There's just like a never-ending line of cars. You'd never be able to make this left turn without a light. I'm going to stop back here. Oh, great. Because I stopped back there, I didn't get the green. I just got the flashing yellow because it didn't detect me during the light cycle. So now I'm going to have to sit through another light cycle waiting on a damn green light. This is the reason that traffic is so bad between Fort Collins and Denver. There are just so many people that live way north of Denver. The infrastructure is inadequate for the number of people that live out here. Like, these people live down this road somewhere, and there's just a never-ending line of people working their way to the interstate to go to Denver. Is this light ever going to detect that I'm here and give me an arrow? Maybe if the light further up would turn red and like stop the flow of traffic for a second, there might be an opening after this SUV. No, that car behind it is hauling ass. All right, we got a red light. And we got a green arrow, finally. I don't know how much time that just wasted. Okay, this sucks. There's a tiny little narrow road. You expect trucks to drive down this crap? "12-hour maximum parking, no camping, no drop trailers." Fuck you, Colorado. Sorry for the language. I don't like Colorado.
Your destination is on the left.
I'm not lined up very well. Let's fix that a little bit. Let's go on duty, post-trip inspection. And that's it for the video. I'm going to do an inspection, eat some food, check the weather, go to sleep. I think that's my entire agenda, my entire to-do list. So it's 3:24, so we got here right on time. My last ETA I projected to be shut down by 3:30 so I can start driving again at 1:30. So I should be done with my, what is my trailer number? Let me find my trailer number. I'm logging my inspection report. it's going to pass the inspection report, whether it passes or not. I never put anything on vehicle inspection reports because of the insane amount of hoops Landstar makes you jump through to clear an inspection report. If you ever fail anything on a vehicle inspection report with Landstar, then you have to send. You have to find the department first of all, and the right person in the department, and you have to send written proof, some form of documentation that it was fixed. And last time I dealt with that, I ended up getting bounced around to like 2 or 3 different departments until I finally got the right one and sent them over the paperwork. I was like, why do you not have the paperwork? I put it in the shop. You guys have a record of it. And apparently the department that does the vehicle inspection reports doesn't have access to the paperwork that's submitted via like TA and Petro and places like that to the trailer maintenance department. So it's just, yeah, it's just, I never fail anything on a VIR anymore, because last time it took me weeks to get a VIR cleared. It was setting in my list of crap with an error on it while I jumped through a whole bunch of hoops with Landstar before I finally was able to get somebody that could clear it off of there. But yeah, anyway, that's what's going on with me. That's the entire drive shift. It's only 9.5 hours. Yeah, I have 1 hour and 48 minutes of drive time left. And I will most likely record my next drive shift, even though it's going to be pitch black. It's almost going to be all nighttime driving. It might be interesting because it's supposed to be snowing, and I will definitely try to record as much as I can while I'm doing the deliveries around Kansas, because that will be interesting for you. It'll be probably lots of snow and ice. So anyway, have a good one. Bye.